Welcome back. This is part 2 of 3 of my relaxing Silent Hill 2 remake playthrough. I do make ASMR. The only ASMR thing you will get in this video is this voice and the occasional whisper. So I think you can fall asleep to this even if you're not really into ASMR. If you missed part 1, there will be a link to a playlist in the description of this video and in the comments below. So you can check that out and watch continuously parts 1 through 3. We are going to begin this playthrough where we left off. We just dropped off Maria, who has not feeling so well in the Brookhaven Hospital. It is nighttime, and it is beginning to rain outside, so we get lots of soothing rain sounds to listen to while we explore this horrifying place. There is a poster on the wall just outside Maria's room that says, "Take care of what matters most, leave the rest to us. Toluca Palliative Care Center." Palliative care, of course, is the care of people who are dying. And it's very interesting and ominous that this poster is situated right outside where Maria is taking her nap. It says, "Take care of what matters most and leave the rest to us." Leave the rest to us, of course, to me it feels a little bit biting, like it's suggesting abandoning your loved one or kind of getting him out of the way and letting someone else take care of them. It could apply equally to Mary or Maria, but I think it's a bit of a dig at James that it's located there. Kind of feels like it's taunting him. As you can see, this hospital is not very well taken care of. It kind of appears abandoned, but it's rusty, it's a little dirty, it's dusty. Definitely not somewhere where you'd want to be in a hospital. And what I like about the hospital in both this version and the original, which this version is quite different from the original, is that it sort of feels like you're seeing traces of a disturbing life that once took place here, a work life and such. I'm gonna pop in to check on Maria. "Sorry, I just need a moment," she says. "I'm alright, just tired." And I interact with her one last time, and she just sort of turns over and sleeps on her side. Maria's illness, she claims it's a hangover, is a little more subtly portrayed in this one. I honestly kind of prefer the original, where she's popping pills and you see a bunch of pill bottles on her bedside table. It's very ominous, and it feels different than it does with, say, how you imagine Mary's sickness. Because Maria, she has a hangover, she's cool. Feels like maybe she has a little bit of a pill problem or something. From around the corner emerges our first nurse. Oh, these nurses, the way they run at you. These nurses are terrifying. They really nailed the nurses in this game. They're dirty, but they also look a little bit like they're made of plastic, and they make the most terrifying noises, and take a lot to kill. Over here on this window, there is taped a note. The code has been reset to what we agreed on during yesterday's meeting in the doctor's lounge. Like I said, I don't want anyone writing it down on little pieces of paper for me to find. Be responsible, people. That note's pretty funny because it kind of makes fun of survival horror games, how anytime there's a code to get into something, you'll find it written down on a piece of paper. Like, be responsible, people. Why is someone always writing down the codes? We will, of course, find that code written down later. And in fairness to the person who wrote down the code, they did it in kind of a creative way, so it isn't exactly clear that it's a secret passcode that outsiders shouldn't have. Now we're in the laundry room, and over here in this waste basket is another glimpse of the past, a piece of carbon paper on which, in the original game, you find a sporadically written note with a code on it. The original hospital in Silent Hill 2 was, you find a lot of notes from people who have a little bit of scattered thoughts and aren't great at spelling and grammar. In the director's office is this strange little statue of a hand gripping a key and a tape recorder. They are beyond hope. That's what they keep telling me. My 3 patients, my 3 hopeless cases. But I do not believe it to be a matter of hope. It is a matter of diligence, discipline, trial, and error, of being as bold as one can be to go as far as one needs to. I will find what it is that truly ails them, and I will cure them. So this director character, greatly expanded from the original, is a bit of a mad scientist, it seems. And he has these beautiful red curtains in his room with a strange safe covered in symbols. I don't know how he got this safe, but it says a lot about what a scary person he might be. This is the evaluation card. Patient number 0130, designation 295.3, room number 53, move to L1. Initial symptoms: intense and unrelenting anxiety. Current diagnosis: symptoms have intensified into full-blown paranoia, visual hallucinations. Recommendations: increased medications, can't be left alone, move to L1 for closer monitoring. This is one of the 3 patients that this doctor is so eager to cure. Now let's check out the other 2 patients. Patient number 0090, designation 298.0, room number D1. Initial symptoms: sensory delusions. Current diagnosis: insomnia. Refuses water, food. Delusions persist. Recommendations: forced feeding and hydration. Bathing required to be carried out in the treatment room. Sleep medication. Constant surveillance. Even though the director is obviously a spooky person, this office is a very comfy place. I love the music in this office and the warm lighting, the lamps, the decor, and it kind of makes the director even creepier in a way, because he's got that sociopathic, sort of cultured man thing going on where he's very respectable, but he's a little overeager, perhaps, in the treatments he's administering to this patient. So the narrative we're piecing together in the hospital that kind of drives us through is about these 3 patients. I'll be back later to read the file of the 3rd patient. For some reason on this playthrough, I saved that one for later. The hospital has a great layout as far as gameplay goes. It's very interconnected, and the training wheels are sort of off. You explore it at your own pace and in the order you choose to receive these wristbands we're looking for. There is a mannequin hiding in the shower. What a fitting place for a monster that is based on naked people. The mannequin hides in an area that has a sort of sexual valence. I like that. I don't think every single monster placement in this game has some kind of symbolic meaning to it, but it is neat when you find things like that. So these 3 patients the director is talking about, people have heavily speculated and put forth a good case that these patients are based on Angela, Eddie, and our guy James. If they aren't the people themselves, if they are real people in the real world, they're at least sort of analogs of our main characters, of our lost souls who were drawn to Silent Hill. There was actually, as of the time of this recording, very recently, a Reddit user, or was it a Reddit user? There was a Twitter thread actually that I saw that was piecing together things in the hospital that are actually information about James himself and hint at a very traumatic past that James has lived, which when I read was very intriguing and really caught me by surprise, because I thought we were to believe that James was a pretty ordinary man, maybe just shy by nature, sort of reserved, and doesn't have very much of a sense of humor. He does, but, you know, he's very kind of reserved. And if this is true about this person that we get information about in the hospital being James, that gives us a lot of interesting information to chew on, and I'll talk about that in a second. Because behind this poster of a boat on a lake is an eye drawn in blood and a file. Patient interview transcript. Annotation. The following interview was conducted with redacted in response to incident number 071. I remember lying in water, empty, and then I felt him stare. He was close, very close. I had to get out. I had to get away, but he followed. He kept staring, so I made him stop. Now I'm empty again. Can we get back to the pool? So this file is water themed, which has a lot to do with James. His Silent Hill experience has a motif of water. There's the lake, and I think this patient discussed in that interview is the one who is taken to hydrotherapy. and there's someone staring, stalking him. I know that other fans actually have thought much more deeply into this, so if you're one of them, comment to explain, because I don't have the thread at hand, the, sites at hand while I'm recording. But to me it reminds me of Pyramid Head, because there are several times in this game where Pyramid Head stands and stares, and of course he kind of stalks us. And of course there's an ending titled In Water. But if that person is someone else, then I'd love to hear an explanation. Damn, these nurses are brutal. They did a great job creating gameplay out of creating, designing these monsters around combat that works with this system, but keeping them thematically the way they need to be. So, back to James. If he is this person with this traumatic past, which as we go through the hospital I will point out what that refers to, first of all, I don't think it is necessarily supposed to imply that actually this person being discussed in these traces of evidence is James, but rather it could be a creation based on James, a creation of James's psyche, or of Silent Hill kind of doing its sinister thing. So that always needs to be kept in mind, because we can't always tell what is real in the real world and what is just a nightmare in Silent Hill. But whether or not it is actually James, it still gives us a lot to think about. In my mind, if James does have this traumatic past we hear about, I wouldn't like the implication that that excuses or absolves James or makes him any less responsible for his actions or the type of person he is, but it kind of makes it more likely that James sort of, in general, has these delusional and repressed tendencies in his mind, that he's developed very powerful coping mechanisms, the way that people who experience extreme trauma sometimes do. There's the case of sort of controversial ideas about dissociative identity disorder, but that to me is sort of the paradigm example of what I'm talking about. And it says something interesting about James' character. This room has another glimpse of the past. Over on this bed is an item that players of the original game will recognize, which is a chain. And what we originally had was a chained box. And I was a bit disappointed when I first played this game and saw that the box was not there, but it actually comes back later in a very fascinating way. This game has a lot of things in it that make it a very interesting, fresh, and surprising experience if you have played the original. So it really works for both audiences. Again, I think that you could play either one of these first, but ideally you should play both. Especially, the hospital is a great example of something that you should play the original for, because the original hospital I prefer. This one has the sort of narrative of these three patients added in, but the original is much more ponderous and reflective. I think if I were to critique this game, I think that the hospital got a little heavy-handed with, we didn't need all these references to the characters and this and that. the original hospital, the narrative that you find through the files and such is just one about people sort of coping with really strong mental illnesses, and it kind of serves to help us reflect on the situation that we're in and the other characters are in, without having to tell us directly about those characters and be sensationalistic in a way. This is the teddy bear that has a needle stuck in it. Another what the hell moment. Why? Who stuck a bent needle into a teddy bear? Why is the teddy bear so dirty? I believe this is the locker room. Was it some kind of prank? Some kind of sick prank or something weird going on with that? No, with all I've said about the hospital, I still like this one, and I do find the very well supported theory of James maybe having a traumatic past interesting. And another thing I wanted to say about it was, it does sort of have it's another one of those things that this game has about masculinity in men. Because, you know, there's things in that in the Silent Hill games where I don't think that male gamers who play this or anything should be threatened by the notion that these games have feminist themes, which they do, because men have gender too, and James he's a person who does love his wife and does seem to have a moral compass, despite things you may know about him. But his sort of reserved personality could be partially coming from a very traumatic past, and it's one of those things where some people, there's a lot under the surface that you don't know, and it could be the case with people who do both good things and bad things. You know, someone has developed a personality that hides things, and they might actually be a good person, but there's things that they hide, and there's decent parts of them that might arise from them being self-defensive. I think that trauma, it doesn't make you a good person, and it doesn't make you a bad person, but it does make part of you. And with James, you know, part of maybe, I don't know if I'm being the most articulate right now. Let me think about that for a second. I did want to comment on this room and the TV blaring static. Very beautiful lighting effect that they used a few times in this game, where the only source of light in the room is a TV kind of bathing everything in white light and white noise. And my friend Avery, Rumen in Love on on Twitter and on YouTube, commented when I did our little conversation about this game, which is on YouTube. You should check it out. He said that was a reference to Silent Hill Downpour, which it is, if not purposeful, I think it's probably purposeful. There's a part near the beginning of the game where you enter a room and there's a TV blaring static and there's a nurse standing in the white light, just standing there. And you can kind of sneak up on her if you want to. They do that very thing in this game. There is a couple rooms where nurses are kind of standing by a TV that's blaring static, which is it's a creepy image. Here we have another one of Laura's drawings. It looks like a bird and a rabbit. Maybe the bird is swooping down on the rabbit. So on the other side of this, hey, are you okay? Go away. Don't be afraid. I just want to talk. So we now know where Laura is. She's on the other side of this super secure door, restricted area. The steel door. I wonder how she got in there, but if she's alone in there, that means she's safe. Probably the safest place she could be right now. And so that's where we're headed. Something you notice about this game is that they've added in places is like they do good at guiding the player, so you have kind of a purpose in the hospital, because in the original you kind of forget you're even looking for Laura. You're just trying to get through, but now you know where you need to get because you saw where Laura is. The devs found effective ways to modernize the game in that way without hand-holding most of the time, which I think is cool. The way he marks his map, and it feels very much like the original, only it's more accessible. Because these days, people who play games kind of expect guidance built into the game, for better or worse. You still have to use your brain in this game, but they found ways to make it appealing to pretty much anyone. I've watched a lot of streams, and it seems like people who aren't familiar with how old survival horror games work have done just fine. So the room we are in now is one of the highlights of the hospital to me. It's really mysterious and eerie, but while you're in here, you hear something skittering away, kind of knocking things over and running away. And when I first played it, I was like, oh no, there's a monster in here, a mannequin. But it ends up being much different. As you follow it, it feels sad. This is an amazing W moment for the devs, the way they pulled this off. Silent Hill fans want, the words always used for the games are subtle and atmospheric. And Avery, who I mentioned earlier, doesn't like subtle, but in this case, you could call it anything, but I think atmospheric. There's a note on the table. They brought in the girl today. Poor thing hasn't said a word. She just sits there, head in her hands, sobbing and quivering. I moved her to the corner bed. Seems to have calmed her down a bit. She even smiled at me. I think this girl might be one of the 3 patients. Either way, it's sweet. But what I was saying about atmospheric is that this room, it gives me feelings. Like, it feels scary at first, but then it feels kind of sad and mysterious, and there's this scene coming up where you think you're headed for some terrifying encounter, but you find something kind of quiet and strange, and you have a moment of, you see something in James that you don't, they use this moment both to tell the story of the hospital or the patient and to characterize James. Show him going deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole of Silent Hill and making stranger and more dangerous decisions. So over here is a hole in the bottom of the wall. And you look down and think something must have escaped into that hole. And with almost no hesitation, he turns around and descends in. This was not in the original, and when I got here, I loved this scene a lot. You feel something, you know, you feel James doing this, making this crazy decision, and there's this kind of look on his face that's a little bit like, what am I doing? Why did I do that? But it doesn't break his determination at all. And the music, of course, always give credit to Akira Yamaoka for this soundtrack. I'd say 98% of this game is scored incredibly well. There's a few parts that I didn't think needed music at all, but I'll talk about that later. So you emerge out of the hole, and it's almost like James is proceeding by instinct, but also, again, Silent Hill is like set up like I keep using the word like a gauntlet, like a crucible for James, as if he's being forged in fire through these scary, dark places. Over here, I believe, we have another glimpse of the past, a typewriter. I believe this typewriter is where you initially find a document in the reception area of the hospital. Why won't they help me? Why do they keep me in here with him? Says this scribbled note on the ground. Let me out, 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 let me out. Who is the him? In this game, as in the third Silent Hill game, there's these hints at some kind of abuse going on in the hospital, which is very scary and heartbreaking. But these people are suffering with their own treatment, and it's like you don't know exactly who is well-intentioned and who isn't, because as we saw earlier with the poster, there's hints that Brookhaven is a bit of a sleazy place. Over here on the floor is the wristband of the patient we were pursuing, one of our 3 hopeless cases. So that's what I was wondering, were we chasing the patient, some spiritual trace of the patient left in this room, or were we just chasing this mannequin? I like to think the first. The idea of like spiritual traces is very much like the first game, where there's a lot of noises and disturbances that are sort of like basically ghosts making things go bump. You know, and I've always found that very scary. There's sort of just classic hauntings. What's cool about Silent Hill is that it's not a game that feels, it's not a story or an aesthetic that feels classically, you know, paranormal in a cheesy way, but there are these things that are just straight up paranormal, ghosts, spiritual energy, and it's just really cool. It just feels cool and reminds me of like ghost stories when I was a kid, but at the same time Silent Hill is still something very unique. That's why I think I mentioned it in the first video, but I think the first game is actually not corny at all. I did definitely mention this. I think that you absolutely could remake the first game in a way that the player would take the story and the dialogue and everything seriously. It has a lot of witchcraft and ghosts and spirits and such, but that doesn't make something cheesy. Because what the story of the first game is about is childhood trauma and motherhood and fatherhood, parenthood, and love, and the bravery of children. Anyway, we're back in the lobby of the hospital. There's a wheelchair over there, also reminiscent of the first game. it's really cool to experience this hospital lobby now that the sun has set and we're alone and it's raining. Because earlier, when we were with Maria and the sun was still out, the lobby felt very comforting. We were alone, no monsters, with the beautiful golden twilight streaming through the window and the wind and the leaves. I think like autumn leaves or something. I don't know. And now it's desolate and infested with monsters. And quiet. I think most of this game is spent anticipating a monster encounter. People have complained about how many monster encounters there are, but honestly, I feel like my playthroughs have taken so long because I don't know where the monsters are yet, and I'm, stalking through the darkness, trying to see them before they see me. Now I have returned to the area where we left Maria, and I'm gonna pay her another visit and see how she's doing at some point. I was not going for the Maria ending on this playthrough, but I wanted to check in on Maria just to include that because they're interesting scenes and I kind of wanted them to be part of how I portray Silent Hill. This is random, but I wanted to be clear again that this is not a 100% playthrough because I did miss two interesting memos at the beginning of the game in South Vale. One was in the Saul Street apartments. There's a note that talks about some kind of decay or something evil going on in the apartment above, which we find to be this room that is totally blocked by decay. And then the other, of course, is the old map that one of the James-like corpses has on it that is, I believe, straight from the original game. Maybe I will throw those scenes in at part of this playthrough, this long play, so that they can just be part of it. You can listen to the reading, although I'm worried it would disrupt the continuity. So, we continue our search for the wristbands, and I realize I hadn't checked out this room. It's a very perilous room full of monsters. The lying figures are sort of representative of hospital patients. And of course, they're also sort of feminized, wearing heels, and yeah. It's this hint of bondage going on with them, which is creepy. They got a straitjacket vibe to them. Stomp. I'm a compulsive stomper with the monsters in this game. On my most recent playthroughs, I don't do it as much because I now know that when they're down, but like I just never want them to get up. I do not want to deal with an unfinished monster. So I came in this room because it has a strange photo in it. And on this playthrough I did manage to get all of the strange photos, which is one of the trophies. I'm not really a trophy hunter type person with video games. I've said that already. The achievement doesn't mean much to me, but I thought why not? It's a good incentive to play back through the games, and there's trophies for getting all the memos and between my recording this one and the first part of this playthrough, an awesome discovery was made about the strange photos. I'll tell you about that. This room has that radio here in the corner that is blasting noise, a transmission, and there's like a woman's voice in it. And it comes back later in the Otherworld. If anyone has looked up or discovered what is being said or who is saying that, I'm thinking maybe it's Mary's voice. Let me know in the comments. So, her drawings, this strange photo says, her drawings. If anyone knows what is said on that transmission or what it is, let me know. I think it's cool how it comes back in the Otherworld and sort of makes it even scarier than it was here. But a discovery was made with the strange photos. And I learned how to... Maybe I won't tell you. There are some things in this video, obviously I'm assuming if you're watching these that you have played the game, because I've said that if you want to experience the game you should definitely just play it. But I found great delight in learning how to figure out what the secret message in the photos is. And so maybe I'll tell you how. I'm going to put the bracelet onto this hand. We have one of 3 bracelets now from the 3 patients. I don't know who designed this insane survival horror puzzle mechanism, but they are an artist. I think that again it can be explained as this is Silent Hill, and that's why there's a bizarre contraption built to hold a key that we need. And there's our broken elevator. So we can go one of 2 ways from here, and I'm gonna go downstairs to find some things that I need. Oh wait, I can't go downstairs yet. I'm gonna go upstairs, and eventually I'll find my way to the first floor. But if you want to solve the strange photos message on your own, instead of, you can look it up, but I'll tell you the method for finding out the secret message. So each of the photos has on the back of it a number, and that number goes from 1 to 26. There's 1 for each, so that's the order you go in. And each photo has an object or a marking that indicates a number. In almost all of the photos, it's an object, and you count how many of the object or marking there are. But if you really can't figure out what you're supposed to be counting, the number might be portrayed in a different way. And once you have that number, you count through the letters. So let's say the number, you count 6 of the object. So then you would count the 6th letter of the message on the front of the photo, and that would be the letter that you need. And then those 26 letters spell out a message about this game, which is tied to some fan theories. To me, it is not perfect confirmation of the fan theory, Because like I've said before, I think that this game is doing a thing that a lot of remakes do, which is kind of embed nostalgia or memory into it. Not necessarily as part of the story, but this is Silent Hill, so reality isn't black or white. It's not always certain what is real and what isn't. And I think that's part of the beauty of it. I think it's something that I guess I always am drawn to that way of thinking, because I think it's something that's it's a great perspective to have for creating art and just for thinking about meaning and feelings and truth and perspective and such. I think the great thing about art, like Silent Hill, that kind of questions reality and makes the mind manifest. I think that a lot of the value and stuff like that is that this isn't real life, and you can portray a reality that is on shaky ground, and like in many situations in life, not a lot is clear or known, and there's unknowns that you have to accept. I don't know. I just like to think about things that way when it comes to this. So in this room we have a document. Observation notes, patient number 0090. Day 1. Patient transferred for observation. Malnourished. Shallow breathing. Avoids eye contact. Agitated in the presence of staff. Frantic at the notion of touch. Day 2. Patient refuses solid food. Nasogastric forced feeding required. Serotonin antagonists administered to reduce nausea and vomiting. Day 3. Patient restrained for bathing and feeding. Prepare the treatment room accordingly. Progressing malnourishment. Oxygen deficiency. Self-injury suspected. Could not confirm. Day 4. Something is very wrong. And the writing is cut off there. Something is very wrong. I think that is that is the person that people are speculating to be James. He is not comfortable with touch, and people were pointing out how James was very uncomfortable at Maria touching him. Now, I have to say, as a counter argument, that like Maria does touch him at other parts and he doesn't really recoil. He might be a little uncomfortable, but you know, he probably just feels awkward when this stranger is touching him in the first time he meets her. Nonetheless, I think it makes total sense to say that James has a little bit of awkwardness or fear around intimacy, considering the circumstances he's in and his past. And actually, the scenes where Maria does, whenever she does kind of put her hands on him gently, it always is very intentional in, to tell the story of what's going on in that scene. We are now in the X-ray room, where we find a kind of disturbing story. The notes say, Dr. Andrew, we delivered the radiographs you requested. However, it looks like the file was incomplete, as one of the pictures was nowhere to be found. We will send somebody as soon as we locate it. Let me know if you need anything else. So Dr. Andrews was examining this X-ray. Now, I wonder why an X-ray would go missing. I still don't fully understand. it is kind of creepy that someone would steal or misplace an X-ray. And what are these scratches on the X-ray supposed to be? It's interesting. For the puzzle's sake, the scratches kind of indicate overlaps where you're supposed to place the X-rays. This puzzle has a lot of brutality hinted at it. What with the blunt force trauma it's describing, which I assume is the result of assault or abuse. It's just very violent and disturbing and sad, the story that's being told through this puzzle. And it is really spooky with the fluorescent light and the kind of blue and green hues, just that kind of pale light that makes everything look more dead, when you stand in fluorescent light like that. And there's this electric drone going on from, the machines and such. It is spooky. It's not like the hospital in the original game. I'd say that this is one kind of general aspect that differentiates this game's hospital from that in the original game, which is kind of the brutality of it. There was certainly violence implied in some of the backstories that you find in the original hospital, but it was more, it just wasn't as, there wasn't as much violence involved, as much explicit violence. Again, I do slightly prefer the original hospital, but there's another thing, also just like grossness and gore. There is more of that coming. But for the most part, I don't think it is overboard in like the sensationalism. Because I wouldn't want this to just be like a, house of horrors, insane asylum full of insane freaks and, I don't know, gore. I suppose it does kind of rub your nose in some of the everyday violence that this game is supposed to be about, so even if at times it feels a little, it kind of borders on sensational, it's not like you're not supposed to feel unsettled by what you see. I think this game does that even more than the original, especially with Angela. I really have no complaints with how they handled Angela in this game, and you really, really have to stare into some nasty things with Angela's cutscenes, and especially the boss associated with her is dialed up to 11 in this game, just with how disturbing it is and how real and immediate it makes everything feel. Now I'm checking in on Maria again. Hey, any luck finding Laura? Not yet. How are you holding up? I'll be okay, just need a bit more rest. James, thanks for checking up on me. It's very sweet of you. Yeah, get some rest. I'll be back soon. Maria falling ill in the hospital and lying down in the bed is sort of a way of Silent Hill twisting the knife, starting to twist the knife on James and kind of taunt him or hurt him or tempt him with memories of Mary, like how he obviously kind of doesn't want to look back at her as he's exiting the first time, because it reminds him of seeing Mary in the sick bed. And checking in on her actually gets you on track to the Maria ending, because you're kind of treating her with care, and James begins to see her as a person and maybe as a surrogate for Mary. But one of the things about Maria is just the numerous ways that she taunts you, not taunts, but she sort of makes you face James's feelings and desires. In many ways, she tempts him romantically and sexually, obviously. She sort of imitates parts of James's experience with Mary that are more harrowing and traumatic, like, dying in a hotel bed. And she herself deals with a lot of violence, and that kind of twists the knife by making James feel responsible and just making him experience the loss and brutality inflicted upon this person that he has a lot of traumatic memories of watching die. And so in the hospital, when she lays down, it's just, in tone, it's really creepy, both in the original and the remake. It's just spooky. It feels too coordinated when suddenly, with no prior indication, Maria feels ill and she coughs and she takes pills. It just feels like scripted, too convenient. And suddenly she just seems kind of pitiful a little bit. And it's just generally creepy because now you're alone, the sun has set, and you're kind of enjoying the companionship. I really enjoyed it, and in this one much more, because even though Maria's a little sus, it is nice to have a companion, and she's kind of a friendly, flirty, presence. And now you're left alone in this hospital, this dark, spooky hospital, to face hell alone. It's just kind of a dread-inducing moment. In this version, it almost feels coordinated that once Maria goes away, you go right out the door and the nurses come out and start stalking the hallway, and now the whole place is just a dangerous nightmare. Now that you're alone, which is really spooky to me, Maria is conveniently in a hospital room, kind of safe and undisturbed, and doesn't know what a scary, dangerous place this is. It is, I've already mentioned this, but it is so scary in this game that monsters can open doors. I try to use it to my advantage, but it's like there's just no feeling of safety. In the original game, one, a monster couldn't follow you through doors, and then also you could open your map and that was basically a pause screen. And in this game your map is open in real time, as well as like item usage menus and all of that stuff, examining items. Like, if you have an item to use, you better make sure you can use it before the monsters can catch up to you. I remember when the combat trailer came out for this game, a lot of people were unhappy with it. I think they overreacted a bit, but I also had issues with it. But one thing, I thought it was interesting to see the new monsters. I wasn't sold on them, but one thing I found scary was they showed footage of one of the bubblehead nurses like vaulting over a low wall to get to you. And I was like, I remember seeing someone complain about that, but low-key I was like, okay, that's pretty scary, because like these monsters are gonna stop at nothing to get to you. I don't think that the monsters in the original were supposed to be not intimidating. Like, I think they were supposed to be scary and stalking after you and attempting to kill you. I mean, that's what they do if you let them. So, like, just the fact that the nurses can vault over, and the lying figures can sort of slump over a low wall and start skittering towards you. For some reason, it's so scary when, like, a door busts open and a monster starts coming after you. It reminds me of Mr. X in the Resident Evil 2 remake. For some reason, I find it scariest when the nurses, like, shimmy through the cracks in the walls, because it all just feels so intelligent. It's like facing a mindless beast is one thing, but something that has that level of intelligence and is bent on killing you is just terrifying. Terrifying. Now we are at one of my favorite parts. Another incident with 0050. He got out of the pool and made a break for the garden, cutting himself wide open in the process. Thank God I was still here. He was completely manic, screaming, had the orderlies hold him down, barely managed to stitch him up. He's back in his room for now, sedated. Oh, and the page is just covered in blood. Another example of the brutality. They're dealing with very people with very big self-endangering issues, and that foreshadows the pool, which this is my other favorite part of the hospital, the courtyard, which didn't exist in the original game, but you have to go out the window and go straight into the storm, and it's so classically spooky. A dark, stormy night, and it's also another chance to see some greenery, which is nice in itself, but yeah, there's nothing. It's both calming and deeply spooky to be outside in the storm. And oh, look at that fluorescent light up there beyond the tree. That is very pretty. And the other one on top of the gazebo there. Very pretty despite it all. Just, there's nothing like going outside at night alone and seeing the lights. I love the way that the light kind of lights up the fog around it, or the mist, the steam. This courtyard is also packed with monsters. Very dangerous part of the game. You can see me moving very methodically, because I knew there was a mannequin here, and several lying figures. I hope you are enjoying the rain sounds in this courtyard. I find them very soothing, and the thunder and everything. I was worried that some people would be afraid of the thunderstorms. I think generally people agree that thunderstorms are soothing, but I guess I can't please everyone. I hope that the thunderstorms aren't ruining the experience for you. Stomping that thing. One thing you can see on the line figures that was not in the original is these stitches or zipper down their back. It's like more literal bondage. We get to go inside the gazebo with that gorgeous orange glow. And of course there's a mannequin here. When I first went in there I was like, please let there be nothing inside here, but I knew in my gut that there would be a mannequin lying in ambush. I thought there's no way they would be this cruel, but they were. No place is safe. This game is just very tense compared to the original as regards the monster placement, because the monsters can be more cleverly hidden, and you just, depending on how they want you to feel. I just acquired the White Claudia, which is a New Game Plus item that is necessary to achieve one of the endings I'm going for on this playthrough. It is actually a very surprising ending that like really kind of made me go, whoa. And I will actually show multiple endings. On this playthrough I think I got like 5 different endings just by having a save before the end of the game and then meeting the various conditions for the endings. I'm actually currently on my 3rd complete playthrough, and I'm going for the final 2 endings, and one of them, the stillness ending, I'm very excited for. I love that. That's a cute pattern, that yellow and pale blue. The pool room is a cool addition to this game. It was not in the original, but I wonder, was the patient in the pool who was self-harming and written about? This is our 3rd patient. Well, it's one of the 3 patients, the kind of blood-themed one. Really harrowing. Really the most brutal of the patients, I think, who somehow got into the pool. I don't know if the pool is just for faculty. If you work in mental health care, let me know, because it doesn't make sense to me to have a pool in a mental health facility. I mean, I'm sure swimming can be good for your mental health, but also obvious risk to patients who might mean harm to themselves. So I just got the medical tube, and the puzzle that I'm solving now I have complaints about. I'll talk about that when I come to the area where we solve the puzzle. Because in the original it was like it's like one of my favorite weird Silent Hill moments in the series, the way that you fish the key out of the drain. And it's done differently in this remake, and it's just not as crazy. No pun intended. Here is a document on the table of the staff lounge. This case bears a disturbing similarity to a situation that took place in the facility a few years back. The patient was admitted on a court order, but with the consent of his remaining family. His condition appeared to be improving for the first few weeks. The administered medications, paired with individual sessions with a psychologist and art therapy, alleviated his avolition, anhedonia, and social withdrawal. There was no reason for concern. They didn't even know anything was wrong until the night guard reported one of his keys was missing. When they found him, it was already too late. And that is scary. I wonder what he did. I think that this case might be referring to the patient who was running amok at the pool. Here we have the note that gives us the keypad to the second floor nurse's office, which I mentioned earlier. As you can see, it is a game of tic-tac-toe, so at first glance, you wouldn't think that this person has written down the code, but they actually have. I like this tic-tac-toe puzzle. It's a great one. It's a great, see, I like how in Silent Hill games, and other games as well, but in Silent Hill games, they'll kind of throw you a curveball by giving you the solution to a keypad puzzle by referring to the shape of the keypad rather than the actual numbers. So this one on hard riddle difficulty, you just follow the line drawn through the tic-tac-toe squares that represent the keypad. It looks ridiculous at first because they act as if they're a winner, but they're not. On medium puzzle difficulty that I'm playing now, it's some other pattern. For some reason I forget what the pattern is, but it's the same scheme. They draw a line through a pattern. And I haven't played easy riddle difficulty yet. I will get around to it, because even though I find the puzzles on hard mode to be the best and most poetic, I still like enjoying all of the writing that goes into the puzzles. I will say that I just played through this game on normal riddle difficulty, and there is one puzzle in the prison that I think I prefer more, the writing, because it's written in more of a nursery rhyme style, which makes it kind of creepy. So here we have the puzzle that I'm going to complain about. There is this drain on the floor with a mysterious green fluid going into it, and there's a key down the drain that we need to fish out. So we connect a bent needle to a medical tube and send it into the hole to fish out the key. This makes perfect sense, but this gets rid of... This is way too logical, in my opinion. In the original Silent Hill 2, there's something that was lost in getting rid of it, but if you remember earlier, there was a room with a box chained on a bed. I think the box is missing, but in the original Silent Hill 2, there was a box chained to a bed with a patient's sort of manic writing on it about keeping some precious item inside the box, and there's like 2 keypad combinations, 2 keys. It's very elaborate, and you think that what is inside this box must be very precious. And so you spend, I think, the majority of the hospital just getting the different keys and combinations to this box. And when you finally do, what you find is a few strands of hair. Apparently the hair of a woman that this patient was obsessed with. And you're like, what do I do with this hair? And it turns out that what you need to do is take that bent needle that you found in the teddy bear and combine it with the hair to make a fishing implement. Anyway, if you look here on the wall of the pool, you will see another eye painted on the tile with some black fluid oozing out of it, and a hole in the middle with an item inside of it, this time a bracelet. You might remember earlier on the second floor there was a room with an eye also graffitied on the tile of the wall, only this time it was in blood, and in the middle was a hole containing a document about a patient. I believe that is the eye that led us down to the pool where we just found the patient's bracelet. If you know or understand the significance of the eye to that person's story, I would love if you told me about it in the comments. I think it might relate to the document from the person who was quote-unquote in water, who was seeing a certain him that he was referring to. I think it has to do with some kind of seeing, sight, insight, something like that. It reminds me of the insight in Bloodborne. So having gotten that bracelet, we have one more place to go to on the first floor, which for some reason is always really scary to me. And it has another, well, it has an instance of something I was talking about earlier that I'll point out. But yeah, we are nearing the completion of the hospital area. Well, the normal world hospital. We have that room covered in white sheets, that large room covered in white sheets, which again is the motif of white sheets covering things, concealing things. Often sheets are used to cover like furniture that's, I don't know, what is it, like being sold or not being used, so it's like also abandoned things. Of course, there are certain anxieties around abandonment in this game. Man, I really went off with the headshots on some of these nurses. I am someone who, when I play a horror game, I try to conserve my ammo for my more powerful weapons as much as possible, so even though these nurses will usually go down in 1 or 2 shotgun shells, I prefer to use the handgun and save the shotgun for bosses or just more difficult areas with trickier enemy placements where you need to dispatch them quickly. So I find it more fun to use the weaker gun, the handgun, as much as possible, and try to get those shots off on the strategically, you know. I try to get them on the head to do lots of damage, and then get them in the legs so that maybe they'll kneel down and give me an opening for a melee attack. I am a major scrounger, and I'm very stingy in video games, and that's because, probably largely because I've been playing survival horror games since I was a little kid. Probably a little too young to be playing horror games, but when I was a kid it was like the PlayStation 1 and then PlayStation 2 era, and the graphics were very not realistic, so it was like a little different than if I were playing, say, this game at that age. But Resident Evil 2 was my very first one. I remember my aunt teaching me to play it, so I was always like conditioned to conserve resources. Now over here we find this bottle of mold remover on this insect infested trash chute, and a note says, "It's in the walls, deep inside." The mold remover gets rid of it for a while, but then the thing reappears in the exact same spots. We need to get in there, break it all down if we have to, and root it out. That memo sort of reminds me of the note in the apartment of the person who was trying to rip into the walls to find something manically. I like how they have a menu over here for the cafeteria serving oatmeal. Now for lunch they're serving baked beans, sausage. It just seems like kind of a junky menu. I don't know what I would expect in a mental health facility, but now this is one room that I always dread when I play. We have another nurse over here doing the Silent Hill homecoming thing I mentioned, and then this lying figure is hiding around the corner, so when you start attacking the nurse it jumps out, and I don't know, it's a clever trap. But there was another nurse standing in the light of television static, just kind of standing there. And I made the choice of shooting her from afar, but I learned, and you'll see later in this game that I use this, I learned that you can kind of walk up behind enemies who don't notice you, particularly nurses, and do a melee attack, and it does like deadly critical damage to melee attack something from behind that doesn't see you in this game. So what I should have done was walk up on that nurse and bust out my pipe. Of course that would cause the lying figure to come out from under the table, but now if you play this game and you find it interesting and you have any ideas about why the nurses like to stand in front of TVs that are blaring static, in my mind part of it is just imitating humans, like they're watching TV, although they don't quite get TV, sort of like a monkey would, or is how some animals watch TV. Now, I don't know, I think these nurses probably have some human level of intelligence, but it just reminds me of that. I'm wondering thematically, like, what it is supposed to mean. I don't know. I'm not very good at, like, coming up with decisive answers about what something means. But you know how like an animal will watch television? Like, yeah. So there's a sign over here. Food aids mental health. Yes. High fiber fruits and vegetables. Whole grain foods. Healthy fats, including omega-3. No. Highly processed snack foods. Highly refined grains. And red meat. That's pretty good nutrition advice. I'd say with the red meat isn't a total no, it's just like not too much red meat. Red meat can be a great source of heme iron, which is iron that doesn't require, it's already bonded to hemoglobin. so it doesn't require supplemental vitamin C to absorb into your system. So if your iron levels are low, the most efficient way to get them back up is just to eat some red meat. But otherwise, yeah, you should have whole grains, fresh vegetables and such. Like on the menu. Now, I think that's funny though, because they're serving like hot dogs for lunch and they have that sign there, but I don't know, they are serving oatmeal for breakfast. So now I am doing the tic-tac-toe puzzle. I'm just gonna whip out that tic-tac-toe game, so the combination's gonna be 9, 4, 5, I believe. Or 5, 4, 9, but it follows the line. 4, 5, 6. It's gotta have the 6, because it's 4 digits. But yeah, we just draw the line from 9 to 6. There's another radio there. The next room we're going in is kind of gross. I don't want to upset anyone, but there's these 3 tubs filled with something like acid. And or mold or something. But look away if you're grossed out. No, I'm not even gonna read. I'm gonna censor this treatment note. They feed me garbage and gross, thick with sinew. They make me bite down. The juices, red and yellow, hit the back of my throat. I choke and gross, till my throat is sore. An aching, throbbing, gross. I push it all out, but I can still taste it. They bathe me in filth and gross. They gently rub gross all over my body. My skin itches, it peels off like wet paper. I beg them to stop, but they don't listen, and then they lock me up with him. He's always there, closer each time, and the rod, it comes with him. It goes within. It becomes me. So this patient has an issue with filth and is also speaking of some unnamed him. Now that I think of it, I think it may be the director. But in that bathtub is the final radiograph we need to go to the x-ray room and get the safe combination. And that is what the mold remover is for. And I think in the note in the room where we got the mold remover, what they meant was that the infestation, they have some kind of bug infestation, and it just comes back even if you use the mold remover, and the mold comes back. I don't know if it's some kind of supernatural issue with the mold, or whether it's just like a resilient kind of mold that they're having trouble keeping clean, which I've kind of had that before in one of my old apartments. I don't know, but it's creepy and gross. But I think the him that is being referred to might be the director, because multiple of them are referring to him. And I know this director is committed to using maybe somewhat excessive forms of treatment to cure these patients. Something unsettling about that note that I censored with the word gross is that I don't know if the person writing it is delusional or whether they're being abused by hospital staff or if the treatment is just harrowing for them, or something in between the three. But it sucks. I know a lot of mental health treatment is not pleasant, and a lot of survival work. So using that moldy radiograph, I get into this room where apparently this patient was staying, and it is infested with those insects we saw before. It seems like this person was living in filth, and underneath their bed sheets, on their disgusting bed, is a disgusting sight. But we get the filthy bracelet, and we finally have what we need from our apparently filth-themed patient. This is actually really sad. Seems like this patient was living in squalor, or maybe it is all just a projection of their inner hell. But it reminds me a lot of Lisa Garland's journal in the first game. You find Lisa's journal at the very close to the end of the game, and she's basically describing her drug addiction and her suffering with taking care of this patient. And she talks about a lot of similar things to what was in that note with the filth, and she just talks about seeing filthy and disturbing sights, and I think it's a result of the drugs. She's hallucinating terrifying things. Or maybe it's actually literally witchcraft / Silent Hill powers that are causing that. I need to look into that. But either way, it's a mentally unstable person having disturbing visions or experiences. Reminds me a lot of that. And who knows, maybe some of those same drugs are in use in this hospital. I know that you find them in the gazebo. Man, I really hope we get a Silent Hill 1 remake, because I love the connection with the White Claudia in this game. Also, I think that painting on the director's wall over there is of the island in the middle of Toluca Lake that Maria told us the legend of. So we found the save button in the director's locked room after we put the wristbands on the statue, and the hand opened to give us the key. And now we must rearrange these books to form an image of, I believe, a dragon or a lion or some kind of demon, which also reminds me of Silent Hill 1, because there's that storybook you come across with this man-eating creature that has to be killed by a knight or something of the sort. It has fantasy and fairy tale vibes, which in this game aren't as prominent, but still. There are fairy tale references, like at the hotel at the end. You see the director seems to have maps of photographs corresponding to these patients he's obsessed with curing. This guy is maybe a bit of a maniac, Maybe he's a good guy, though, with his devotion to the treatment of his patients. Now, this game does have interesting fairy tale references and stuff. The first and third game do a lot because they're about children, but it's cool that it fits into here too. It's like I was saying about the paranormal stuff, that there's, good old-fashioned paranormal references. But there's also some like fantasy and fairy tale references in Silent Hill that, yeah. So this is a cool puzzle because it's like a multi-stage puzzle. And those books that we arranged gave us like a lexicon for a number system 1 through 9. A note in the safe reads, "Their images become blurry, melting together. I could no longer tell. Not sure if I can do it, but maybe you can. This will take you to where you need to be, though probably not the way you want to. And there's bound to be some pain involved. There always is." So the director is speaking to us directly, it seems. The whole thing feels very Resident Evil 2, like with all the contraptions in the police station, the strange, artful, artistic contraptions. So I'm finally going to read the third patient's evaluation card. Patient file number 3, patient number 0050. Designation 301.3. Patient room number C1. Initial symptoms: sudden outbursts of aggression, visual and auditory hallucinations. Current diagnosis: current therapy is considered effective, unprovoked outbursts declined, social interactions improved. All scratched out. What did I miss? Recommendations: continue with the current therapy. Water has a calming effect. That is scratched out. It used to. The director says. The note in the safe is an instance of the hospital director addressing James directly, which kind of gives the director this role as like a guide. And the key is in the safe for James, it seems, although James isn't addressed by name. So before I head out of the hospital, I'm gonna go check on Maria one last time, and oh, it looks like she's gone from where she was napping in room C5. I wonder where she's gone off to. Maybe we will run into her on our way up to the rooftops where the director says we need to go, although there's bound to be some pain involved. Just like in the original, there's something really creepy about the director's handwriting, because it's very neat. It's kind of pretty. It almost looks like a woman's handwriting. If you understand what I mean, it's just very calm and soothing in a weird way. The director's handwriting is also like that in the original, and I'm glad they preserved it. I find it kind of comforting, but it also makes it all kind of eerie. That there's like this patient, intelligent person who kind of feels like he cares about you, but he's sort of calmly telling you that there's going to be pain involved, and he's giving you the key to go somewhere where you will be in more danger, and that will come back later. and the messages get a little more cryptic and a little more not cynical. Little more sinister is what I meant to say. We've now made it to the hospital roof. It's strange, because you wonder what we would need up on the roof, what we could get out of coming up here. But it's just part of the path laid out before us. And that's another instance of the survival horror concepts, the puzzles and the keys and such, being a part of the narrative in the world itself. Here we see a broken fence on the north side of the roof, I believe, which is a memory of something that helped us in the original. Now we have to proceed. There's this little shed up here, and there's a diary on the ground. It reads, May 9th, rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here. Nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. May 10th. Still raining. Talked with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic and weak. Not everyone can be strong. May 11th. Rain. Again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? May 12th. Rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? Some people say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. May 13th. The doctor came in today. He said that I'll be released soon, that it's time to go home. I should be happy, but I'm afraid. I'm so afraid. It feels like something's about to happen, like the last gasp of air before the plunge, but deep down, I know it's too late to turn back. A very sad document of someone experiencing depression, a patient in the hospital. I'm really struck by the line about having to be strong, because I've talked to some traumatized people before, and that is something that comes up with them. Why should we have to be strong? Having read that diary and found nothing else useful inside of this shack, we decide to head back out the door, and Pyramid Head is waiting right outside the door, grabs us by the throat, and throws us through the planks in the floor, and we plunge back into the hospital. And it looks like we survived. We stand up in the darkness, and looks like James has hurt his head a little bit, but he's okay. And miraculously, we stumble out of the little enclave that we were in, and we are standing in the hallway that was previously inaccessible to us, where we saw Laura drawing through this sturdy iron door here. So it seems that the director's key to the rooftop led us to exactly where we need to go. Oh, I just realized that where Pyramid Head threw us down was the elevator chute, and so you end up on top of the elevator that is stalled on the second floor. That's pretty cool. Interesting that that stalled elevator ends up being useful. Laura, what she was drawing in the other room was a drawing of a wolf and some rabbits with the wolf hiding behind the tree. Laura's a good artist for an 8-year-old, honestly, and it is interesting her fascination with animals and how she draws kind of, there are beautiful bunnies and birds, but she often seems to have like a predator-prey dynamic in her animal drawings, which is interesting. She's not just drawing bunnies because they're cute, but it doesn't seem like she's like a psychopath who enjoys the idea of, a hunter catching its prey or anything for the thing of it. It just makes her seem like a realist, I guess. Like, she does appreciate the beauty of the bunnies, but she knows how the food chain works. She learned that in school, and her being an orphan as she is and having suffered with sickness and been in the hospital, and I think she's sort of had to accept the darker realities of life younger than you would hope that someone has to, but she processes it well. Like, she's not evil or hurtful or anything as a response, but she does kind of express through those animal drawings kind of the harsher realities that come with beauty. This is Turn, Turn, Turn the Numbers riddle from the original game. I missed that one. It was again another message from a patient. So I really appreciate how Laura was characterized through those drawings in that very thoughtful way. I really appreciate how Bloober Team did what some people doubted they would do, which is thoughtful storytelling. So finally, we have found who we were looking for. Laura. Laura? How do you know my name? Eddie told me, that big fat blabbermouth. Laura. Why do you keep running away from me? And how do you know about Mary? I just do. What's the big deal? Why can't you just tell me? You gonna yell at me if I don't? No. I won't. Please, just... I need to know. Mary's my friend. We met at the hospital last year. Stop lying. Laura, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Fine. Don't believe me. See if I care. Hey, let go. I'm sorry, Laura, but I can't just let you run around this place. You might get hurt. Hurt by what? Look, just stay with me, okay? This is no place for a kid. Fine, but there's something I gotta get. Laura, it's important. What is it? A letter from Mary. What? I hid it in there. ominously flickering light, and I cut it, but there's a loud audio cue. This can't be safe. We carefully enter the room. You sure that's where you left it? It's in the back behind an old pipe. Okay, wait here. Laura? Ha ha. Open the door, Laura. Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Do ya? Laura, open this door right now. What's the magic word, Laura? Nope, that's not it. I guess I won't open it. Damn it, let me out of here, you little brat. In your dreams, fart face. Laura? Please open the door, there's something in here. Sure there is, a big lying fart face. See you, fart face. Laura. From behind and above us we see this writhing, fleshy creature suspended from the ceiling. And I won't mince words. The bottom of this creature looks like female genitalia crossed with a mouth. Very nasty. Not that genitalia are nasty, but the monsters in this game, some of them with the sort of sexual imagery is just very in your face and kind of distorted and uncanny, sort of like misplaced body parts, like how the thing's mouth is also looks like a vagina and it's between a pair of legs, and this thing is basically a bag of flesh in a cage. It's like both in pain and menacing. Like a lot of monsters, I think most of the monsters in this game, a lot of most monsters in Silent Hill games seem like they're in pain. Maybe not in the first one, but this thing is suffering and it's like it's lashing out at you, and the more you hurt it, the more vicious it gets. Its cage comes apart and the metal support beams on the corners become limbs and deadly rusty weapons. Steel, rusty metal, and flesh are like the two components, and cloth are like the components of all the monsters in this game, just kind of dirty or rotten looking flesh, excuse the nasty description, and clothes, so it's like sickness, decay, nakedness. These things kind of, all these elements of disgust and fear in the characters' heads, particularly in James's head, kind of made manifest in these creatures. So, obviously, the creatures have symbolism. You can put into words what they represent. But there's also sort of a primordial, amygdala-based element to them that is just, it seems kind of, it's not intellectual, it's not consciously processed, it's just pure disgust and fear, but it comes together just enough to mean something. I love how you get to see the flesh lips hands. The creature is called the flesh lips. It has a hand coming out. I've noticed with the more detailed creature designs in this game that you can see parts of the body that you never could before. So we have been abducted through the ceiling by another flesh lips and are being wheeled down the hallway, it seems, perhaps on a gurney, and we hear a voice, Mary's voice. James. And as we roll, the ceiling changes. First it's the normal ceiling of the hospital. James. And now it is the rusted, decaying metal ceiling of the Otherworld that we saw earlier in Blue Creek Apartments. We awaken on the floor and find ourselves once again in a rusted, dirty, creepy version of the world. I noticed during that cutscene that first it's normal hospital and then it's Otherworld hospital, but then it goes back to normal and then Otherworld again. We see a wheelchair with a note lying on it. Evaluation card, patient number 3141, designation 298.9, room number blank, initial symptoms, hyperfocus, current diagnosis, they can be fixed, recommendations, stop at nothing. No turning back now. So now it seems that the doctor is doggedly determined to cure someone. As we look around the hospital, we see everything covered in dirty cloth. Everything is rusty and dirty, in a rusty hue and stained. Now this Otherworld hospital is different from the original Otherworld hospital. The original one was not nearly as metallic. There wasn't the exposed metal of the traditional Silent Hill Otherworld. There was a tiny bit, but not nearly this much. And the color palette leaned more towards cold colors, blue, gray, green. The plastic sheeting / cloth was more white. It was more drab than this Otherworld hospital. And to be clear, this Otherworld hospital is terrifying. It's just a lot more theatrical than the version we saw in the original Silent Hill 2. I think that the point of the original of Otherworld Hospital in Silent Hill 2 was that it is quieter, it's sad, it represents melancholy. You kind of sink into the sadness that you were, the traces of sadness that you were finding in the regular hospital. It's kind of like you facing your own melancholy and that of others, and this Otherworld hospital, like some of the Otherworld areas of this game, is like it feels like it's more about pain, something more immediate and intense, rather than melancholy. Now we've reached the centerpiece of the Brookhaven Hospital Otherworld. James removes the cloth and we find this famous metal box that I mentioned earlier. Now, it appears in the Otherworld Hospital with the keypad and the combination lock and the keyhole, and there are chains running through it, through the box, and into the rest of the building. It really is visually impressive how grimy this place is. Just so much literal grime. So I complained, I guess I didn't complain, but I shared a criticism a minute ago about how this game handles the Otherworld. I still think the Otherworld is very beautiful and terrifying in this version of the game, and so I think that as we play through this version of the Otherworld Hospital, I'm just gonna pay attention to it and try to be receptive to the vibe and the meaning and how it kind of, the story it's telling, the emotional story, because I don't think it's vacuous, it's just different in a way that I may not prefer. But so we just fought our first, and if you missed it, we will be fighting more, but we just fought our first knife-wielding nurse. I think they wield scalpels. Very brutal and scary. But like the lying figures that shoot the toxic gas when you kill them, that are introduced in the Blue Creek Underworld or Otherworld, they have sort of a black fluid on them and a darker color, and they also seem kind of flaky, like chipped paint, and when you shoot them, like flakes will come off them. And it occurred to me, like literally today, maybe I've had this thought before, but it occurred to me that I think that this is supposed to resemble like paper, and that the black fluid is supposed to be like ink. So obviously that's suggestive of the letter that drew us to Silent Hill, I believe. The various letters we get from Mary, addressed to James and Laura and such. That's my thought. There's also a motif of black fluid, obviously in the Saul Street apartments, when we reach our hand into our first hole of the game. There's a room that is full of, it's implied to be death, something really gruesome, but there's a black fluid that we get on our hands, and some of the mannequins are kind of stained black, and we mentioned earlier like an eye was graffitied in black ink. And if you know of any other appearances of this ink type thing, see, here we go right here. This is one of our knife nurses, and you can see she's darker than the others, and like white fluid or dust or shreds come off her. But if you know of any other instances of this paper ink thing appearing in the game, I think that's what it's suggesting, and I really like it. I like the visuals of it. When the first trailer depicted the monsters, I didn't really FW it. All the strange colors, and especially the color green and such, but in the final game, it actually, I think it looks really good. There's just a lot of very beautiful, gruesome fluids and colors going on. and the ray tracing looks great. So we see this void here, and one of the chains we're pursuing goes straight down into the void. And the space it's really interesting how they made this entire hospital layout feel completely unfamiliar just by blocking and removing walls, just by arranging the interior architecture. Over here on this table we have a spooky note. Oh, how we danced, arms flailing, our bodies in perfect synchrony. And the music played, but in any dance there comes a time one must take the lead. And the music got louder and louder, pounding, piercing, and then silence. And you notice this is in the X-ray room, and it is, I think, describing a surgery as a dance, which is not how I would want my surgeon thinking of things. And I know this is a mental hospital, but I think it's about surgery because of what we have right here. We use this instrument of force on this dummy to remove its arms, which seem to be attempting to defend its face. So I believe that surgery is a lobotomy or something similar. And that little poem or whatever it was that we read sort of discusses the dance as a process of overpowering the other person, as if at first you're like lovers or just dance partners, and it's a beautiful coordinated thing, but eventually one overtakes the other. And so it has a sinister undertone because with that dummy there, we're removing its arm so that it can't defend its face, so that surgery can be done on it. That is, I think, what the implication is. I think that there is something in here about, I don't know, the feeling of just general anxieties about like medical stuff and doctors. Tends to be a big theme in things, especially like in mental health, where a lot of times people are held against their will, and then there's like notes from the doctors, which we find one later, where they're questioning whether it's even the right thing to do to try and treat someone who is living in a delusional world. I don't know, I think it's kind of about that. And then I also think it's just sort of scary. It's like gruesome medical stuff, which I think that can be a little bit cliche, but it is very scary. This Otherworld hospital is completely unsanitary, totally inappropriate, and covered in sharp metal, which is also very inappropriate for a mental health facility. I think I mentioned this in part 1, but if thematically or tonally I prefer the original, I will say that the design of this Otherworld hospital is very, very good from a gameplay perspective. As a survival horror game, and in terms of pacing and all of that, it's just simply terrifying. It's the time when the kid gloves come off and it's brutal and the world really wants to kill you. And I don't know of any parts in the original game that feel as viscerally dangerous and brutal as this one does. There are monsters, but when you're in the Otherworld in this game, you are under attack. And considering the mental space and the mood that James is in and everything we know, the fact that the world is really trying to kill him just kind of shows that, like, Silent Hill means business. And I don't know, I feel like there's sort of there's a theory that some fans kind of jokingly call the therapist, like Silent Hill, the town is a therapist. And I think it's a little bit counter to the therapist theory, because it really seems like this Otherworld doesn't care if you live or die, and in fact that it would prefer if you die. Maybe it could still be the whole therapist thing, but I think that it's like you have to actually conquer your darkness. Otherwise, you die. But it's not inevitable for you to conquer your darkness. You're not just going through Silent Hill as a formality so that the town can heal you. I think that is kind of put into sharper relief by this version of the Otherworld. And then, of course, just like in the first, in the Blue Creek Otherworld, there's the same thing where you have to fight your way through. You have to literally break chains, and breaking the chains frees you to move on to the next part of your descent. And so it frees you from the hell that you're currently in, but it opens up the next layer of hell for you. I suppose when you do get out of the Otherworld area, there is a feeling of relief and freedom, but it's temporary, and where you're really going is even deeper into hell. Not until the hotel in this game does it feel like you stop descending into hell. And even then, when you get to the hotel, the peace is sort of a false one. But I'll discuss that more when we get to that point. I think in this room we see something that makes the whole Otherworld hospital even more brutal. I think it's in this room. Yes, actually, there are toilets throughout the Otherworld hospital that kind of like bubble, like they have acid in them, like something is being dissolved in acid. Yes, that's it right there. It's gross, but it's just scary. Obviously, it has the connotations of dissolving bodies and of a sanitary space being hazardous instead of safe. And I wanted to also mention the tile you can see on the ground there, that dirty kind of old-fashioned tile and the way it's chipped away. I really like that visual detail because I've been in older buildings and houses that have tile in that style, and often because it's such old tile, it will be chipped and peeled away and then sometimes dirty, and this place is like very wireframey and like steel and rust, but it also has this sort of grounded, homey feeling to it with that tile. Where I don't know, it's the buildings, whenever I see tile that looks like that, there's always like a smell to the building because it's old and dusty, and there's like layers of filth, like subtle filth, sorry to be gross. And so rather than just feeling like a whole pure Silent Hill hell, like rusty steel, it's more of the hell in the home, or the commonplace building, which I suppose is done very well in the labyrinth area that we'll get to in the next part, because that one is also based on a home. That is why I like the original Silent Hill 2 Hospital so much, because very little of it feels like imagery out of hell. It feels like they make this really scary realm out of very normal patterns and materials. This version, this Otherworld, does have all the cloth and plastic sheeting covering things that the original did, but it's very dirty now, very grimy. Like I was saying earlier about how kind of the kid gloves are off when you get to the Otherworld, and how I like it from a gameplay perspective. This game is the reintroduction, and I mentioned this in part 1, but it's the reintroduction of Silent Hill to the general public, to a whole generation of people who haven't really played a Silent Hill game and haven't been able to because they've been very inaccessible. And so it is the more typical Otherworld that we're familiar with, and it really does feel like a nightmare. And so when you hear me kind of critical of this game's Otherworld, that's because I have played the other and I'm comparing it, but when I think about it, no other game really does this. No, there are other games that have things like the Otherworld, and they are derivative of Silent Hill. Not to insult those things, but or to say that Silent Hill is the first game to have alternate realities and such, but Silent Hill made the concept of a nightmare version of the world iconic. It came from Silent Hill, so in other games like Alan Wake and such, when you kind of descend into hellish realities and stuff, a lot of that is inspired by what Silent Hill popularized. And so when you see the Otherworld in this game, you're seeing something that you don't really see anywhere else. So ultimately, I'm really happy that the Otherworld is as it is. So you see us basically destroying the eye socket of the dummy with what is called the Key of Bliss, which is a sickly sweet name for what I think is a surgical tool being used to lobotomize or simply defile a patient through their skull. Key of Bliss. There's also an ending in this game called Bliss, and I won't spoil it for anyone who's beaten it once but not gotten the Bliss ending yet. But thematically, it is very much connected to that puzzle, I think. I've just used the key I got from the dummy to open one of the locks on that box, which caused the chain to break and the entire area I was just in to shutter off. And now I am free to explore the other two areas, to follow the chains into the depths of the building where they run. I think this hospital is supposed to be more of an anxious hell specific to James. The sort of lobotomy, I'm just gonna call it lobotomy puzzle that we just did, and I need to look up how lobotomies were administered, because if it was through the eye socket, then bingo. But the lobotomy puzzle, I think, especially because there's an ending with the word bliss in it, I think that's an exploration of one of James's fears and anxieties. That is, it's become kind of a meme recently. Well, more like a few years ago, but it's still kind of around, which is the lobotomy. Like, people are going through a hard time. They're like, I just want a lobotomy. They just want to feel nothing. And I used to joke that too when I was going through some serious, like, mental health stuff. And so James is like, you know, bliss is forgetting the suffering, forgetting the source of the suffering, removing the suffering or the capacity to suffer. But at the same time, it's being done brutally to this person, and it's sort of a brutal, invasive thing by nature. And I think that it is, you know, the possibility of bliss, but it's a violation of literally the skull, the head, the brain, and the mind, and the self, the memories. And I think James, in that first section of the Otherworld Hospital, is confronting that anxiety. Maybe not even confronting it, because maybe he doesn't even learn or, I don't know, make any developments with it, but he is encountering it. And I think a lot of this game is like you're encountering James's demons, but it's not always clear whether you're processing, defeating, you know, even acknowledging them. And that's a little bit, I think that says a little bit about the nature of Silent Hill, that I've pointed out before, that it can be a little sinister, it can be a little bit mocking. It can put a fear before you, but it's up to you how you respond to that fear. And it can just put it there to attempt to break you. And I think that that's what the Otherworld in this game is trying to break you. This glimpse of the past here is of something I really loved from the original game, and the tile on the wall is what the original game looks like, except here it's a little darker and grimier, but this like blue and green cold colors. But there are hands reaching up, hands painted on the wall, reaching up towards a ring that is embedded in a hole in the wall. And that is a particularly creepy part of the Otherworld, because it looks like it could be there in the real world. Like it looks like it's just sort of some kind of slightly poor taste, you know, spooky, kind of maybe religious decor that could plausibly be in the real world, but it's obviously the symbol of like desperation and, you know, like sinners or the poor, I can't find my words, but clamoring for something. But it is specific to the Otherworld, and it has that feeling of melancholy. That's what I like, and it is here in the game, but as a glimpse of the past. Now we have this version of the Otherworld. This is a scary room, and I'm going to confess to you all that I avoid the scare in this room when I play this part. And I'll tell you when that comes. So I am leaving out one. I did intentionally leave out one gameplay moment, but this is a relaxing playthrough, and the only thing you get out of activating the scare is a couple of monsters, and I am tired of being attacked. For some reason, when I played this spot, I was looking around very closely. I think I might have been H-word again. My friend came and visited, and he is a big S-word, and I don't know. Watch it go dark, says the inscription on the wall, and through a hole in the wall you see a light flickering, and on the floor is a journal. 1 year they've been watching me, so many pills they fed me. When a loud hour comes, I tremble every time the light falls. This is apparently a patient who feels trapped in the hospital, being watched and taking pills, and staring out the wall and watching the light flicker. And I guess there must have been some significance to a certain time of day, but we see 6 orange pills in the dirty sink. And we look through the crack in the wall and see a clock ahead of us, and that clock tells us what the loud hour must be. And if you looked out at the flickering light, you'd see that it goes dark twice in succession. So we have 6 pills, 2 flickers, 1 year, and a certain time on this clock that represents a loud hour. I forget what the number is, but if you go to that clock and you unfurl the hand because it's kind of bent, and you turn it to a certain hour, which I forget, but I think it's 2, we'll see in just a second, it will make a loud chime, and monsters will come out and attack you, and that is the loud hour. And I'm guessing for that patient, that must have been a time within the daily routine that they didn't like, or that was simply loud in some way. So 1, 6, 7, 2. When I played this, I didn't want to activate the clock and deal with the monsters and the scare, so I knew the other numbers, so I just brute forced it. And I had 10 options, and I figured out the loud hour eventually. But, yeah, you can memorize this code and I think skip that section that we were just in with, the clock and everything, but they put a glimpse of the past and a memo in there, so if you are trying to get the trophies for finding all the glimpses of the past or all the memos, that you have to go back there. I think in future playthroughs, since I'm not recording and I've already platinumed the game, I just platinumed it like the other day. I got all the glimpses and past and everything. I'm just gonna skip that section altogether. I like how in games of this length, they become significantly shorter each time you beat it, and you get used to how quickly you can get through the game. It's like that in survival horror games generally. Resident Evil and the old Silent Hill games, which I've done the whole 10-star ranking run of Silent Hill 1, 2, and 4. And I've experienced that. I don't know, just to know. So this corridor of the hospital is particularly brutal. And it also seems to be darker and larger and rustier and just a little bit grimier. It's, again, in terms of atmosphere, scares, etc., top notch. I have seen a couple people, like 2 people online, say straight up that Silent Hill 2 Remake isn't scary, and I think they're insane. This is the scariest game I have played in years. I've played a good deal of scary games, and this is, even having played the original and knowing where a lot of scares would be in this game, this is still like the most terrifying game I have played in years. I suppose maybe something like Resident Evil 2 Remake has more like heart-pounding scares, like Mr. X, for example. I think it would be terrifying to have a pursuer like Mr. X in a Silent Hill game. They did have an opportunity to do that with Pyramid Head in this one, but I'm kind of glad they didn't. But still, in that like short, free walking simulator, Silent Hill, the short message, the monster was like a pursuer, but it was relegated to Otherworld sections, which were really brief. Anyway, kind of rambling here. Suppose this is ASMR, you're supposed to ramble. But yeah, this game just so scary. I don't know how I feel like these days we're in the like Twitch era, and like people don't let themselves be scared. That's why I'm very happy people are enjoying games the way that they are enjoying this game, the way that they enjoy a lot of games these days through Twitch and such. I think I mentioned this in part 1, but just it's like maybe it's not scary because you're not like actually playing it. Like, are you talking through it? And I know that when you're streaming, you just try to talk as much as possible, and I don't know. I don't understand it. But I was also recording all the ambience, the background noise you're hearing in this video is recorded straight from the game. I was recording ambience and music. I would just turn down all the other volumes. I would turn down the volume on every other type of sound except for ambience and or music, and I would record into Audacity. And so I've listened to the sound design pretty in depth in this game, and it's just horrifying. Like, even if you weren't playing, it's just terrifying to listen to. It's just such an all-encompassing type of uneasiness and horror to play this game. And that's to say nothing of the visuals and like the actual gameplay, which look at this, just look at the light and the colors and the textures. It's like that orange and amber and brown and rusty colors. I keep looking at this gameplay, this footage, while I'm recording the voiceover and just thinking like, God, I'm so happy to be putting out such a good looking video. And of course it's funny because I had nothing to do with, these visuals. The Bloober team did the visuals and I recorded them and just made sure nothing looked, extravagantly off with like my settings or whatever, but nonetheless, also a glitch I just got. That nurse's neck was really long. I noticed there's some like harmless, kind of cute bugs in this game with dead enemies sometimes where they'll kind of go partially through the floor and silly things will happen to them, like that nurse's neck just got really long. Nothing game breaking or anything. I think that bugs. I saw it on Twitter or something like that where someone like commented on this crazy graphical bug that they found in the Spider-Man 2 video game, but they sort of commented on it negatively. I think it was on Twitter, and then someone quote tweeted them, who is a millennial like me, and said that back in the day we would find bugs like this and they would be funny and fun facts, and everyone would tell each other about them or write about it online, and then they would try to get the bug and they'd laugh at it, and it was what it was. And so that's kind of my attitude towards bugs that don't stop me from actually playing the game, is that I just think they're funny and cute, and that's a part of digital design, that's a part of game design. So I don't know, just a fun tangent, but in a little bit of gaming discourse. But if you have any thoughts on that, love to hear about them in the comments. I just think I try not to be a judgmental person when it comes to generations and people's ages and stuff, because I have learned that generational differences aren't that significant, that people are people, and that you tend to have a lot more in common with people of other generations than like TikTok discourse would have you think. But I didn't mean it to be a generational thing anyway. It was just a random discussion about bugs and stuff in gaming and positivity, because this is an ASMR video. Reframe it. Think you find a bug in a video game and it isn't that inconvenient of a bug. Think, what a fun bug. What a cute or funny little piece of entertainment. And then of course you can tell the developers if you think they need to know. But yeah, positive thinking. I'm not into like toxic positivity, but it does help to kind of take responsibility for my own emotions to an extent. I try to teach everyone about that, like, especially when it comes to video games and talking to people and video game fans online, because I think that like it's not unique to gamers, but people really seek out negativity and they seek out opportunities to be angry, and they like will jump to conclusions that make it easier for them to get angry and critical and us versus them. Like, I guess I'll get this out of the way now because not much is happening other than me fighting a bunch of nurses, but yesterday I saw a YouTube short. I'm a YouTuber. I go on YouTube and I saw a YouTube short about the Abstract Daddy boss fight and how this element of the environment with the walls pulsing was removed after the initial patch of this game. In the 1.0 version, the walls were pulsating at a certain point, and the short ended with them saying like it was patched out, probably because it was too triggering. And then a bunch of people were commenting like, I don't know, there's a file here. He's there again, looking, staring. He says he'll drag me there. I don't want to. I won't let him take me. Yet another person being looked at, stared at, observed, like the person who was in the water. And here is the radio. Again, this time the radio that was in the normal hospital. And through this break in the wall is the room where Maria had been. And you can see that there are several pill bottles on the bedside table. In the normal world, there had only been one pill bottle when you checked. So it was like Maria was taking a lot of medication to try to feel better. She might have a problem. In the original Silent Hill 2, they make this more clear, but I think if you aren't paying attention, you might not realize that you had just gone in through room C5 where Maria had been resting. Now we're in the Otherworld version of the director's office, and we can see it is about the same, but it is dirty and abandoned looking. So to finish what I was saying about the YouTube short that I watched, everyone just started commenting like triggered, like this is a Silent Hill, this is psychological horror, like if you're afraid of being triggered, you shouldn't play this game. And like why should, and basically everyone was assuming that the whole triggered thing was true, and I was like, that is complete speculation. There'll be no pain anymore. No pain. No pain. No pain, no pain, no pain. The director has a note in his office saying there will be no pain anymore. Another reference, I think, to bliss and maybe the director's last most desperate efforts to remove his 3 impossible cases, pain, and cure them. Maybe the end point of his efforts is lobotomy, literal or figurative, no pain, bliss. A note in this room reads, I found 0050 in the ECT room again. This time I checked, he was not appointed for the treatment. How is it possible he got there all by himself? And how would he know how to turn the thing on? Somebody is going to answer for this. This note is written by a nurse. So close. It will happen. Has to, it says on the back of the note in the director's typography. I think that the director was administering ECT, electroconvulsive therapy, to a patient without recording the treatment because maybe he was doing it excessively or unnecessarily or unethically. ECT is electroconvulsive therapy is kind of a a horror cliche a little bit when it comes to like mental hospitals and, you know, electroshock therapy, even though it is, I think it is actually proven to be effective for treating depression, and it's not as terrifying as it's depicted to be, although obviously it can be dangerous if done wrong or excessively. And that's another part of my sort of mixed feelings about some of the hospital, is that it uses like some mental hospital cliches in this game, whereas the original was, of course, it's not like it was unproblematic. Not that I care about something being a little problematic, but it was more about the patient's melancholy and finding, you know, fixations and topics for them to discuss in their like notes and such that were original and part of the specific world of Silent Hill. To finish what I was saying, now I feel like I'm going everywhere, and I hope this isn't annoying to listen to, but to finish what I was saying about that YouTube short I watched, because we are having a side discussion about positive or healthy thinking. Why not? We're in a mental hospital. Healthy thinking. So basically everyone was indulging the short's creators' assertion at the end that it was probably removed because it was too triggering. And I was just like, first of all, what evidence do you have that it was removed because it was triggering? None. Like, you don't know anything. Like, the developers have said nothing about that, so how would you know? And second of all the things in this game that could be removed for being triggering, I mean, you know, everything we've seen so far, any scene with Angela, and especially the Abstract Daddy boss fight, which was made way more quote-unquote triggering in this version than in the original, and for good reason and to good effect, and I support it. So why would they, you know, why would they even be worried about something in this game being triggering? This game is one long trauma trigger. I'm someone who was, I was abused when I was a kid, and so Angela's character has always meant a lot to me. And, you know, that scene was terrifying and harrowing, but why, you know, I know it was exactly what was triggering about that boss fight, and like, if you're gonna get triggered by something, it's not gonna be by this visual effect of the walls pulsating. All of this is to say that that's a completely ridiculous thing to say. I would be mad if this game tried to shy away from triggering people. However, I would not be mad if it shied away from being excessive or cheesy or just too technically demanding, and that is likely the reason that they got rid of the pulsating walls, is one of those. It seemed a little much. I'm an artist, and that's my guess. So in this bathroom, we have a note on the floor that continues the story. I won't rest until they are solved. I won't rest. I can't rest. I don't know how anymore. Further showing the director's obsession with treating these patients. He's become obsessed to the point of harming them, I believe. We've just activated the generator and then turned on the ECT machine, which is hooked up very unsafely to a vertical hospital bed, and upon turning it on, causes a little electrical fire and gives us the number keypad combination. The tape recorder in the room, if played now, just plays a lot of static, and it's very hard to understand the director's voice. It seems like so much of this hospital is focused on the director's descent into madness, and it is scary, it is spooky, it is very Halloween haunted house vibes. But I can't help but complain again that, I don't care about this director, and I think we've heard enough from him, and I kind of want to know more about the actual suffering of the patients, or at least the director's reflections on delusions and mental suffering. But I'm sorry, I know I resolved to be receptive and to look at what this hospital is trying to say rather than what I wish it were saying. But what if a future dev listens? I want them to know my perspective on what makes a Silent Hill game great, and help other fans appreciate it. Anyway, we just unlocked this metal box to find the treasure that we have been working so hard for, and inside the box is nothing. There's nothing inside the metal box, and James takes a deep sigh of despair and frustration and wonders if he's been working for nothing, if there's anything in unfaith he has to continue. And as he despairs, the sheet falls down from the wall behind him, revealing this protruding art piece of a woman with a button in her mouth. We see that her fingers have slots for rings, and beside her is a little poem. She is an angel. No one knows, only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sin she devours them, sin and sinner alike. She saves me. She is an angel. That poem, taken directly from the original, one of the patients wrote it, carved it into the wall. Silent Hill has given us the elevator button. We need to go to the basement, and as the elevator doors close, our radio turns on. Hey everyone, thanks for tuning in. Welcome to another exciting edition of Trick or Treat, where you answer our questions correctly and win a prize beyond your wildest dreams, or you fail to answer correctly and receive the punishment. It's all in the hands of our lucky contestant, James Sunderland. James, are you ready to play Trick or Treat? Excellent. Here's your first question. In the early 1800s, a terrible disease spread across Silent Hill, resulting in the death of many of its inhabitants. Their bodies thrown into the lake to sleep forever in their watery graves. How many souls were lost during the plague? 1, 42, 2, 67, 3, 85. Know the answer? Well, you better hold on to it. You never know when it might come in handy. Now on to the second question. Follow Sanders Street heading east and further on to the outskirts of town. One and only one road will take you towards the lumber yard and the cemetery. What is the name of that road? 1, Bachman Road. 2, Munson Street. 3, Wiltsey Road. Did you get that? I sure as hell hope so. And for our third and final question, Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood. What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. One of the victims was a local boy named Billy Locane. But what was the name of the other victim, Billy's sister? 1. Miriam. 2. Heather. 3. Julia. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? If so, fantastic. The time will soon come to collect your prizes. But be careful. If you're wrong, well, looks like that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in. See you somewhere, sometime, in sickness or in health. Bye-bye. What the hell was that? James asks. The transmission in our radio is gone. And we are now in the basement of the hospital. I need to say that I think that they totally whiffed the radio transmission there, the trick or treat show. It was not creepy at all. The original sounded like a radio show from like the 50s, and it had like weird carnival music playing in the background, and the announcer sounded very old-fashioned radio, kind of a little bit vaudeville. And this one was like just some guy on the radio, but again, I will not be complaining like this, in fact, anymore going forward. That's all I had to say. I really love this game. I give it like a 10 out of 10, but that's why when my complaints come up, I don't know. So we're in the basement of the hospital, the deepest depths, and below us is nothing but darkness, and around us we see the disarray of the basement, now coated in rust. And I love those beige, white tiles. Feels very hospital-y. And very everyday. The funny thing about basements is that a lot of unfinished basements resemble the Silent Hill Otherworld. I had an unfinished basement growing up, and it always terrified me to be down there, and it looked like Silent Hill, and then Silent Hill looked like my basement, and I don't know which came first, but they were both scary. So before we got on the elevator, we read that little poem about the woman in the wall. She saves me, she is an angel. And that's the type of thing that I love from the original Otherworld Hospital, and I'm glad there's some of it still remaining here. It's this poem from a patient in the hospital who feels that they need to be saved, that they need some kind of salvation, and they're probably religious, and they look to some woman almost as like a saint, like Santeria. They have this person who they see as an icon of salvation, and they're just basking in the glory and the beauty of salvation. And so it connects to the themes of guilt and such that James is dealing with, but it also connects the guilt to despair and sadness and forgiveness, and etc. via religion. I like it for that reason, and also because it's tenderness, and I feel like moments of tenderness and maybe hope and happiness within the hell of Silent Hill give it a lot of depth. It doesn't have to be literal, it doesn't have to be direct. Not everything, needs to be about what's happening. That's why I love that poem. It's this moment of like beauty and hope. Obviously the hope of a very desperate and perhaps a pathetic person. But nonetheless, it just adds so much richness. It's not trying to be scary, it's just trying to be honest. It's just trying to portray a character. I think that is what Silent Hill teaches us in general about horror game design. I think it's a big part of why Silent Hill 2 especially is lauded the way that it is, because just the achievements it makes in the writing, in portraying, what's the word? I don't know, creating a tone. That's why. And I feel so cringe, being my age and saying that a video game is an inspiration to me, but it's literally like Silent Hill 2 is one of my favorite things, pieces of art of all time, for that same reason, that it's so free. It kind of busts down a lot of walls, and it says, it just allows itself to be, it has such focus, if you know what I mean. Like, it's just so intentional, the original, because this one's so new, but the original has always been, because it's so intentional, it has such focus. It completely confidently they put in memos, like those moments of beauty and hope, like I was saying, that aren't there. It doesn't seem like they're self-conscious about whether the game is scary enough, or whether the scenario is going to be terrifying enough, and whether the level design is fun enough, and this and that. Those things do matter, but it's like, it's not thinking, how am I supposed to do this? It's more thinking like, I don't know. And I feel like this remake does a very good job of making a very scary game and preserving some of that boldness and that texture and nuance of the original. But I think it also is satisfying the criteria for a scary and fun horror game. Anyway, I'm worried that whole discussion I just got into was not relaxing. It was maybe a little too theoretical or eager or opinionated or something. But I think that in ASMR and relaxation content generally, what gets me the most, what gives me tingles, and also what helps me relax is listening to someone's nerdy passion. That's why I love video game store roleplays. I love rambles about people's interests and hobbies. So I guess that's what I'm doing here, and that's what I do with a lot of my ASMR. And it hasn't made me blow up, but I know I've created the type of relaxation content that I like, which is nerdy discussions. Let's peek into the abyss real quick. Yeah, it just makes me very relaxed and happy to hear people talk about the simple things that make them happy and passionate. So I don't know, I try to do that. Over here on this bloody table is a ring. And as we grab it, Marie Maria arrives. James. Mary? Oh. Maria, I thought... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive. Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? I was almost killed back there. I've never been so scared in my whole life. All you care about is that dead wife of yours. You couldn't care less about me, could you? No, then stay with me. Don't leave me alone again. You're supposed to take care of me. So what about Laura? Did you find her? Yeah, but she ran away. What? We've got to find her. Yeah, you really seem to care about that girl. Do you know her? I never met her before. I just feel very sorry for her. She's all alone and I don't know, for some reason I feel like it's up to me to protect her. Come on, let's go look for her. So, I find this instinct, I shouldn't say instinct, I find that Maria's compassion for Laura to be very interesting. There's a lot of questions there, like, is it weird that Maria wants to protect Laura? Or is it just normal because Laura's a child? But James makes it seem like Maria has some kind of special, weird, like Maria's being weird in caring about Laura, when really I think the decent thing to do would be, a child is alone in a dangerous place, and your first priority should be to find and protect them. But I think James, and maybe, I don't know, I think you're supposed to, the game and James kind of make it seem like it's supposed to be weird that Maria cares about Laura so much. I think really it's sort of like an instance of James being kind of self-absorbed, thinking that Maria's the crazy one for caring about Laura. What the hell is that? Well, what do you know? A stroll in the rain. How romantic. Maria, what are you talking about? I'm trying to keep things light, James. Just humor me, okay? Yeah, sorry. Okay, that's a great Maria moment because she's trying to keep things light, and that's what I've said. That's what I've always thought about Maria's personality, is she tries to keep things light. She's not just kind of flirty because she's supposed to be a slut because that's what James wants. I mean, maybe she is, but she's also flirting and joking throughout the game because that's how she deals with things. She keeps things light. But I think it's the whole Laura, the exchange about Laura is fascinating because it's sort of, there's a mild undertone of gaslighting. I don't like overusing the term gaslighting, but it's sort of like, it's, James is like, you're kind of weirdly obsessed with that girl. Why are you so obsessed with her? And he agrees with going to find her. It's just like, James, I feel like, shouldn't it kind of be obvious why someone wants to go find this little girl in hell? I don't know. It's always been so terrifying to me how you can look down in a Silent Hill game and there's just a dark, bottomless void beneath you. And in the cracks in the tile in the hospital here, that's what you can do. Now we enter this. Is that what I think it is? There's a refrigerator in the middle of the room. And we try to open it. And we're having a hard time. Seems like we can't do it on our own. Having trouble there? Yeah. You think you could give me a hand? Me? You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? Fine. Lift. Oh my God. What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, why don't you take it? Thanks. This room, actually, if you haven't played the original. So, where to now? Come on, I think I know where those rings belong, says James. This room, if you haven't played the original, is close to what the color palette is of the entire Otherworld Hospital. See, it's sort of a lighter and colder color palette, not like this very grimy, rusty color. In this room, we have my favorite note from the director. The patients will become the diagnosis scheduled for them when they'll make recovery, as my aim is always for the entire personnel, especially when their symptoms will become receding with effective treatment. A note that is just word salad. It is not exactly word salad, but it's dissociated, incoherent. Just one thought blends into the other and doesn't form any single cohesive thought throughout. So obviously the director is kind of experiencing a psychotic break in that note. And, he's descending into madness, the mad scientist, whatever. The refrigerator scene is like my favorite James and Maria moment. It's like the only moment where they just kind of, where James kind of just chills. He just chills for a minute and has fun. So when she's like, it's not very cute, is it? Here, you take it. She's flirting. And James just says, thanks. And, he goes along with it for once and humors her. So you can see I'm checking my map to make sure that I have the correct solution to the trick or treat broadcast quiz that I was given in the elevator on the way down to the basement, making sure that the road in the question is Wiltsey Road. So the combo is 231. It's 67 Wiltsey Miriam. And like in the original, we just get a bunch of goodies, shotgun shells, healing items. I actually have not tried failing the quiz puzzle yet. And I think I should try that and see what happens. I've always, in both versions of this game, been very afraid to fail that puzzle. I think I've read about it though, and it releases like toxic gas and it hurts you. came back in here just to check the area out and see if Maria had any special dialogue. This is where the Otherworld Hospital began. And the doors into and out of that little area are very eye-catching to me. The glass looks really good. The like grimy glass in the Otherworld areas is one of my favorite visuals in this game. It's just like it just looks really satisfying visual treat. In general, the light reflecting off of smooth, glossy, wet surfaces, just so pretty to look at in this game. Even when it's all gross, it's pretty. It's beautiful. Now with both rings, you trying to blind me, James? Maria has that piece of dialogue. If you shine the light in her ear, it's cute. Or in her eye, it's cute. Now we are going to put both rings. What is that? Maria asks. I believe she is referring to the angel in the wall with its hands sticking out, waiting for you to put the rings on its fingers. There's James, what's wrong? Let's just get out of here, okay? Maria is very nervous. Put the rings on and open the door and step inside. And Maria's hesitant. What's wrong? I thought you wanted to get out of here. I know, it's just something doesn't feel right. Come on. It's gonna be fine. And then Maria reluctantly steps in, and the angel door closes, sealing us inside this stairwell and inside of whatever fate has in store. I really, really love that cutscene. That was not in the original. It is done. Sick no more. The director's final note found in this stairwell. I don't know exactly how the director has solved our sickness. Maybe it does have to do with pleasing the angel in the wall. But Maria was very scared to come in here. She had a bad feeling. And she doesn't have that cutscene in the original Silent Hill 2. It's as if she knows that this is the part where she dies. And whether it's because we're in a repeating hell, repeatedly living out our hell in Silent Hill until something happens, or whether it's simply some divine awareness that we're reliving a cultural memory right now. Maria, run! Pyramid Head emerges through the door and chases us. Maria is aware of what's going to happen. The walls and the ceiling seem to crumble ahead of us as we run. Pyramid Head has brute strength to break through a wall and pursue us. There, an elevator. Maria trips and falls, and James continues to the elevator. "Come on, hurry," he yells. Maria attempts to help James pry the doors open so she can get inside, but it's too late. Pyramid Head pierces her with the spear right through the heart. And James, realizing what has happened, goes limp. The elevator doors slam and he falls to his knees in shock and disbelief and the beginnings of grief. He remains kneeled in the elevator as it reaches its destination, the first floor of the hospital, and then expressionlessly stands up and proceeds. This lobby of the hospital also has the color palette of the original Otherworld hospital. Interestingly, the cold blue colors I was talking about a few times earlier. I like it. I kind of wish the entire Otherworld hospital had had more of that color palette, but that's just me complaining again. It is very beautiful, isn't it? And it's cool how it remains the Otherworld, but kind of takes on more of these serene colors as you reach the end and are momentarily safe from the dangers of Silent Hill. While the sad piano music plays, the song is called Magdalene. It's a very simple song. Just 7 notes repeated. It is also possible I should mention that Maria has an instinct for what is going to happen to her because her purpose is built into her and intertwined with the towns. There is a diary on the desk. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven, like him, to the other side. The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher or even a psychiatrist, unlike the director. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us, his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind, but to him, there's simply no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? That is one of my favorite memos in this game, both this version and the original. It's like a reflection on the entirety of Silent Hill. James looks out the window and sees Laura running off into the darkness. And, of course, he cares about Laura and pursuing her. But that memo, the why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into our own reality, it's never been 100% confirmed to me whether that's about it's about one of the patients. I always assume it's one of the patients, but I know many people probably think it's James. But it's just it's about someone who is experiencing delusions or hallucinations, and it's just it's kind of a curveball. It's out of nowhere, but suddenly we have this philosophical question of why does this person need to live in our reality? Why does this person need to know the true reality of the world if they're happy in their delusions? It's not just about James. Obviously, I think the truth is kind of important for James. It is related a little bit to the bliss ending. There was some research that Felix Guattari writes about. He's a psychiatrist, French psychiatrist from like the mid to late 20th century, and he wrote about how when schizophrenic people live in community together, that they're much happier and they get along very well. They don't embody that antisocial stereotype we have of them nearly as much when they are among other schizophrenics and they understand each other and get along. And then also, I need to refresh myself, but the basic gist of another thing that Guattari wrote about was that when schizophrenia is not stigmatized, when people aren't taught to be afraid of their hallucinations, schizophrenic people tend to not have such scared, terrified and paranoid reactions to their hallucinations and delusions. And it's sort of, I think it's really cool. It's really cool how this game touches on actual thoughtful ideas of related to like psychiatry and medicine and the concept of a mental illness, because all of these things, they're real, but they're socially constructed. And it's always great to have an outside perspective. But I think it's cool that more so in the original, rather than sensationalizing and stigmatizing mental illness, they just kind of reflect on it and use it as a medium for kind of scaring and unsettling us and just making us feel a rich array of emotions and thoughts. And this game is a psychological horror game. So it's a game that really, it's a piece of art that is supposed to make you think about these things and feel overwhelmed by these things and feel confused and ultimately reflective. It's not just meant to trigger you. To go back to that topic, just because it's a psychological horror game, like the purpose isn't just to disturb the shit out of you as much as possible for I don't know what purpose. That is an inevitable part of it, but there's nothing innately valuable about being triggered. It doesn't necessarily teach you anything. I think people who get triggered because they have PTSD or trauma or some other mental illness involving triggers, they're well aware of their triggers, they're familiar with them, they're almost boring, they're unpleasant, but I think it's kind of an arrogant thing to say that, oh, this should trigger you, this thing, should trigger you. It's just kind of like, okay, like no one thinks no one who has triggers thinks they're going to get through life and never be triggered. The point is that, like, most times it's no use being triggered right now. Sorry if I'm sounding preachy. What I want to bring this back to is just this game and like what there is to love about it and why, in my opinion. And I think I love this game because if it's triggering, it's respectfully so. It's not about trying to just hurt the player emotionally. There's purpose to it. There's healing that follows it. I think, there's no value in simply disgusting or disturbing someone, in my opinion. It doesn't always have to be some noble, charitable goal like helping people heal or learn positive lessons, because that's also simplistic, but you know what I mean. Now, I personally am very happy that we are outside in the rain, because that means that we get to listen to these delightful rain sounds. And you can just lie back and either watch or simply listen as I carefully proceed through these streets, these dimly lit streets with these, I love these beautiful islands of street light that you'll see. I pointed it out before in the hospital courtyard, and I'll point it out again here, that we have these street lights that kind of light up the haze around it. And that mannequin there really thought she ate. She really thought she was like being sneaky. She just like walked right through the open air, like right in front of us, into that garage, as if she was gonna pop out, as if we wouldn't see her. Oh, we took care of her. This little garage is frustrating to me because I think all you get out of it is some shotgun shells. A little bit of handgun bullets too. It's like, what if you used those? What if you used that ammo on the monsters? You'd come out of here with less than you started with. I guess that's kind of the fun of it, is sometimes the game kind of screws you, makes you regret doing things just to kind of snicker at you. It's fun. And I'm glad that it's not like oppressively linear. The lighting in this outdoor area is beautiful generally. I noticed that you notice that the Otherworld has kind of encroached onto the streets, and some more abysses have formed in the streets, and the surfaces have gotten rusty, and the monsters are more abundant, and the sheets/plastic that cover the big walls in the street have gotten dirty and grimy. When I discussed this game on YouTube with Avery, Rumen in Love, he brought up how the Otherworld kind of slowly appears in the world rather than simply taking over the world all at once. And that is the case in these streets, because they still feel normal. There's still parts of them that feel peaceful and ordinary, but it's like, kind of like it's infected with the other world, and it's kind of spreading across the surface like some kind of skin disease, which is appropriate considering Mary's illness and the symptoms that Mary was experiencing. I think you see sick Mary later in the game, and you see how like a rash or something was spreading across her face. It just looked really bad, but that's kind of a tangent, but it kind of, has that feeling of like the world having a disease. Yeah. I don't remember if I noticed the pretty cold blue color palette inside of this building when I first played, or when I played it on my TV. But yeah, there is the rust all over the town and the interiors in this section of the game, but I am just noticing now that it's also very the colors are very cool and watery and wet, or not wet, cold and blue, notwithstanding the rust on so many of the surfaces. Obviously the streets with the rain and the cars and everything are cooler colors, but I really like it. It's a very intense part of the game in terms of monster encounters. This area is infested with monsters, but it's really good looking. And I really like how the first installment of this Let's Play that I did was daytime, and the calming, pretty visuals were based on daylight and, the fog and the, soft white light and everything coming in through the windows, and then later the golden twilight sunlight. And I like how in this section of the Let's Play it's all about the darkness and there's a lot of disgusting, Otherworld and gore and stuff, but there's so much, so many pretty nighttime sights, in the courtyard of the hospital and in this alley with the rain and the steam and the street lights, and something akin to moonlight. I actually should have checked to see if you can see the moon, but if you've played the game and you know for a fact whether or not you can see the moon, leave a comment down below. I believe I forgot to read a line of James's dialogue a minute ago, but basically we saw Laura running past this fence here, and James says Laura, stop, it's dangerous. He's trying to stop her, so we're still pursuing Laura across town. And it kind of breaks immersion that I took my sweet time in that area, killing the monsters and looking for handgun bullets. But I'm a very cautious player. It's raining pretty hard out here at this point. And off at the end of the block we see the Lakeside Diner neon sign. Looks like it's askew, maybe falling down, kind of hanging off, at risk of falling down. Another instance of beautiful use of like lighting and light sources to guide the player's path. You look and it feels very large and intimidating, this large neon sign off in the distance, kind of like it towers above you when you get up close. But it also kind of feels, you know, comforting. Lakeside as a diner. I really enjoy diners. Diners are a comfy space for me. We have a diner near my house, my apartment, that used to be open 24 hours. So you could go there like in the wee hours in the morning, like the witching hour, and sit there. And then I think after COVID lockdown started like a while in, they changed the hours to, they still are open very late, but they don't do 24 hours anymore, and that's sad because 24-hour diners are special and sacred. I think there should be places where you can be pleasantly awake in public all hours of the day. And in my perfect world, there would be like a decent amount of 24-hour diners, government funded if need be, mandated. I think it would have to be government funded. Just somewhere you can be other than your home, late at night or very, very early in the morning, where you can get work done or just sit. Anyway, I don't think that that's where, this lakeside diner is open, but I don't think there's really any chilling going to be going on inside. There is all three types of major monster in here. We've got the inky, knife-wielding nurse. And then we've also got some creepers in here, so 4, I guess. We've got a lying figure lying on the ground over there, and then if you go in too fast, you'll get attacked by a mannequin. So this part of the game takes a while to get through, because I'm just so methodical, and I'm not using the chainsaw. I just noticed the diner has like old, dusty, dirty tile, similar to how the hospital did. I love that. And you see that the diner tables are intact, but like the windows and the doors are just like mesh, wireframe, maybe chain link. Again, how the Otherworld sort of is present in patches, taking over certain parts or somewhat altering certain things, but leaving the world partially intact, which makes it creepy because the normal peaceful world is like still here, but surrounded by this hell. When you approach the jukebox, it kind of makes loud noises and fails. And something about that jukebox, if any of you can make sense of this, let me know. But it has a sheet over it, like most of the puzzle set pieces do, but the sheet is chained to it. And that is a jukebox we never interact with in this game or in the original. It's just a jukebox in the diner, and it's got the sheet as if it should be something that you use to proceed, but the sheet is chained down. There's no releasing the chains. I don't know. I don't get it. Check out that nurse standing in the light. the nurses, and I love, there's so many parts in this game where the nurse will be just kind of standing, writhing, never feeling quite comfortable in a light source in the dark. It's like common for the nurses. It makes them look really beautiful and scary, and it lights your way forward. But man, something about watching this part of the game on my computer screen, I keep coming back to this, but something about watching it, like watching the footage back while I'm not actually playing the game, just kind of makes me realize how stunning it looks. It looks really pretty. And maybe it's because I'm not playing, so I'm not terrified. And I can actually look at the graphics. Either that or the settings on my TV make the picture uglier. I don't know. Either way, this section is much more pleasant to watch than to play, because it is a very combat heavy and scare heavy section. There's just monsters everywhere popping out at you, ready to attack. That's what's scariest about this game isn't the combat itself, it's like what is lying in wait trying to start combat. The mannequins obviously, but then like everything, there's a lot of points where you'll try to engage a monster and you'll get tricked and... Okay, I think I just saw a diagonal window in that diner. That was random. I don't think I even noticed while I was playing, but I thought I saw. I guess I'll go back and play and I'll let you guys know if there is a diagonal window in there. I'll go check that out. Sorry, I'm recording this voiceover after the fact. It would just be impossible in my apartment to record ASMR with my voice while playing because of all the noise. But yeah, and here is the abyss in the street. It has gotten massive compared to what Maria and I were seeing earlier, which looked like they may have just been little demolition projects, you know, road repair projects. Now they are a full-blown abyss. Speaking of abyss, we will hear more about that. Now the houses. One thing I wish in this game is that you could go inside more houses. You go inside a house at the beginning of the game, and I think that's the only house you spend time in. But these Otherworld houses with the metal grating replacing some of the windows and the iron bars on the doors gone rusty and just some of the siding chipped away, replaced with iron, with like fencing, and just the whole facade being dirtier for no reason. It's really spooky. It's like got spooky, just haunted house vibes, but also like some Silent Hill sauce on it, you know what I mean? And I wish you could do a little bit of like haunted house type shit in this game, like, or I mean, ideally in a future Silent Hill game, just more like domestic spaces to explore, like houses, not just the apartments, but like, yeah. Or also maybe in a DLC to this game, that would be really nice. My fingers are tightly crossed for a DLC, but I mean, it's no spoiler if you haven't played the original, the Xbox and the PlayStation 2 Greatest Hits versions, and I think the PC version, have a side scenario called Born from a Wish, where you play as Maria, and I won't spoil any of that in case you've never played, but you play as Maria, and there is a house involved, and it is very unique from the main game, at least that one environment / dungeon is very unique from what you get in the main game, and it's cool. You get like a domestic space, and it's very spooky, but it's also beautiful, and really hoping for that Born from a Wish DLC when Konami. I am just about done scrounging and foraging, porch foraging in this area. They make this game very difficult for scroungers and foragers like me. Items hidden everywhere. Laura, please, wait. Laura runs through a door to an area that I was very satisfied with when I first played. And I'll discuss that in a second when I'm done checking every corner for useful items. This door appears to lead into a fenced-off tunnel, and as we enter, we run across a metal catwalk with an abyss beneath it, and something approaches from under the ground, suspended over the abyss, climbing along the bottom of the floor. That was our first view of the Mandarin. Laura? Where did she go? Asks James. The Mandarin was dealt with very well in this game. I'm really happy with how they did it. In the trailer is a letter. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. So now we're at the part in the game where someone is writing notes and letters directly to James, addressing James directly. And I don't know that this happens elsewhere in the game, where we get this sort of divine guidance through Silent Hill. This persona writing to us seems mysterious, and there is one message we find addressed to us that is very sinister, but I don't know if it's from the same person. But otherwise this person seems not friendly, but they don't seem threatening. They seem like they're guiding us in good faith. They have some sort of wisdom or authority, whereas so far it's largely been self-directed. Here's the Saul Street apartments where earlier the balcony collapsed. It's cool at this part, you're kind of intentionally directed back through areas that you visited at the beginning of the game when you were exploring the town, and they're rusty and decayed. and you're kind of made to look at them in a new state, in the Otherworld state, which is pretty cool. Just to kind of show you that you are deeper into hell, and there's no way out but through. I think at this point, even if James did want to leave Silent Hill, he couldn't, because the roads are all blocked and collapsed. Whereas at the beginning of the game, he was kind of going through the town, when the fog was still out in the daytime. He was kind of going in by his own volition. I don't think his determination has wavered at all, but things have changed so that there really is no turning back. Now, James has gotten himself in very deep, and by his own will, he's going to just keep going deeper and deeper. And maybe the town changes because of that will of his, because he feels more and more condemned to pursue the truth and pursue Mary and maybe pursue the consequences of his guilt. I think this sinister transformation of the town probably, or maybe, correlates with a shift in James's understanding of what he's looking for. I think before he maybe thought, I find Mary, I'm happy, and now he realizes, or he starts to sense that what he's looking for will actually be a source of pain and fear and a threat, and not simply a satisfaction of some desire or peace or the end of grief. But then at the same time, interestingly, he's more determined than ever. He doesn't give up on his pursuit despite that things just keep getting worse and worse and more deadly and darker and more bleak and sadder and more uncertain, because he also, like when he was speaking to Laura, he was kind of forced to question his own memory. And so not only is he looking for Mary, but he is now kind of trying to confirm the truth, confirm the reliability of his memory, and stop questioning what he knows. And maybe that means that he's also not even sure that he's going to find Mary herself, that now he's kind of basically anxious that what he was looking for isn't even here. He might wonder too if it's actually what he is looking for, and he probably has guilt because of Maria, because he was tempted by Maria and then she was killed, and there's this whole complex of feelings he's supposed to deal with. And that's sort of Maria's function in relation to him, is that Pyramid Head kills Maria. Maria is largely a catalyst for guilt, and you can think about how many complex feelings Maria's deaths set off for James and how they relate to his purpose in the town, I suppose. This is all just my analysis, my own thoughts, so if you have any thoughts of your own, please, as always, share them in the comments. I especially love when people have lore knowledge and stuff like that. Once again, watching this, I am noticing visual things that I never did while playing, and at this point I've beaten the game 3 times. But the steam that is coming out from the ground, there are openings in the pavement that are kind of filled in with that chain link or wire mesh of, the Silent Hill Otherworld, and below it is an abyss and there's steam coming out of it. And I never really, I of course noticed it, but I didn't think about the fact that the steam is coming out of the abyss below you. That is so interesting. I think that this outdoor nighttime area in the town is maybe the most visually beautiful in the whole game. Now that I'm looking at it, the colors and the textures are just great. And they've added in the Otherworld degradation, which I don't believe appeared in the original, except like in a certain spot on Saul Street when you cross over into the eastern part of South Vale. But this Otherworld degradation is like partial, and it kind of mixes in with the textures of the normal world. It looks really pretty. I especially like those, like the blues, the color blue that appears on like different walls and such. It's all very cool colors, and despite it being hell, it once again is very comforting. It's the weird thing where I think this game is a great bedtime game. That's why I make this. I was so eager to make this series, this Let's Play. It really all should be just one long video, but literally YouTube will only let you upload 12 hours. But that's why I was so eager to upload this video, because I was playing this game and I was like, weirdly this is a game I would fall asleep to. I've done it with the other Silent Hill games, and I think in their own way they can be relaxing, but that was more because of course they're beautiful, and I also just wanted to do some like whisper talking, soft speaking and stuff to those games. But this game, I feel like innately is so pretty, even in some of the scarier areas. And it's like making me sleepy to look at. We've got that tile going on in here as well that I pointed out in the diner. It's really a blessing to be able to see a Silent Hill game in like higher fidelity, like PS5 level graphics, because I had not, just like I was saying with the Abyss, I didn't think about a lot of the visuals in the original game. Every time I play it, I notice something new, I notice something interesting, but this is because this is so realistic, such high graphical fidelity, you can see and notice so many things, and it kind of confirms too that, yeah, this is what's going on. So like, what's going on is that the abyss, the bottomless dark abyss, is right beneath us, right beneath the streets. The way that, if you're not familiar with Silent Hill, that's how the Otherworld traditionally is, at least in games. Actually, in all of them, there's usually like an abyss underneath you. The literal physical abyss beneath us in this game also has a lot of symbolism to James in particular and his situation. And that's why it's significant that a little while ago we had our first encounter with that creature, the Mandarin, which, when we see it again, I will kind of explain its significance, which is confirmed by the developers, because the original developers of the game have explained what the Mandarin symbolizes for James. After our long journey through the perilous nighttime in Silent Hill, we are now back to close to where we started, just down the block from Neely's bar, where we first put in that record and reminded ourselves of Rosewater Park. And actually now we happen to be headed towards Rosewater Park once again. I just killed that mannequin in a funny position, so I was kind of lingering on it with my camera. I was very neurotic about scrounging for resources and finding everything during this part. I think I may have been on a gummy when I recorded this part. I kind of hope I wasn't, because that would be very unpleasant. This would be a very unpleasant game to play while, or part of this game to be, But that might explain. It is funny watching back through this playthrough and remembering, like, what I was doing when I recorded certain parts, or like what state I was in. I'm not like that, by the way. I've already explained why It's kind of a blessing though, because I spend a lot of time in all the environments, just shining the flashlight on everything. And if you're watching with your eyes, which you totally don't have to, because you are likely trying to sleep right now, but if you're watching with your eyes, you get plenty to look at. Now we've made it back to Neely's bar. On the counter is a familiar old map telling us where we might find a certain letter and wrench and key. And as we turn towards the jukebox, we see that someone has written a message above it since the last time we were here, on that grimy wall. And the message reads, "If you really want to see Mary, you should just die, but you might be heading to a different place than Mary. James." A very sinister and mean and angry message. It's so uncharacteristic of the type of messaging and notes and letters we're having written to us. So far, it's hateful. And I don't know who wrote it, but it is so full of, like, fresh anger, it seems. Like, just straight up sort of saying you should die and you're going to hell and fuck you. That's why I really like that letter, because it's written in so, it's just so like, it's not like mature and wise and collected, it's just angry and raw. I believe we get to see what the back of Neely's bar looks like, a little bit degraded, with some dirty plastic sheeting suddenly covering things. In the Otherworld, something you notice is that it's not just that things have decayed and gotten dirty and rusty, but sheets and plastic have been thrown over furniture covering it, and then those sheets and plastic have gotten dirty. It's surreal because it's not just like nature taking its course, time passing. It's like the environment has been arranged by some kind of intelligence, whether it be like a spiritual intelligence or the intelligence of a character's unconscious mind or conscience. Now, before I proceed in the story, I came outside of Neely's bar to come over to this building. I hope you will forgive the lollygagging, but actually on this playthrough, this recorded playthrough, was the first time I had been in this building. And there's not much here other than supplies and some monster encounters. And what I found was that this was actually an alternative route to Neely's bar that you can choose a little ways before this. So you can come through this garage and then out through this building to get to Neely's bar rather than going through the Happy Burger like I did earlier. So I was exploring it because I was expecting to find something, maybe memos or strange photos or something. But I went through and found that it was just an alternative route, which is still cool. I'm glad that they have things like that in this game. And I hope that, I really hope there will be more Silent Hill remakes, or at least Silent Hill games that use the design and assets created for this game, because the more you work with established systems, the more nuance and features you can add. So I think that people have had a lot of complaints about certain aspects of this game, particularly the simplicity of the combat, which I think is elegant, but also the volume of combat encounters. And I understand that. I think that I've used the word elegant to describe this game because it is simple, but it is so effective with what little it does, to where it feels perfectly AAA, despite having simpler features than most AAAs and almost any AAA survival horror game. And so I think that's something to keep in mind, something to have a positive attitude about, is that this is the first Silent Hill game of this era, and the first AAA Silent Hill game in like over a decade. And so this is really just the start, and so future Silent Hill games, at least remakes, but any Silent Hill game using these systems designed here will be able to be more complex and nuanced and interesting and have more variety. And that is definitely the case with Resident Evil games, specifically the remakes. If you look at Resident Evil 2 Remake, which is an amazing game, but if you look at that game, it's a lot simpler than Resident Evil 3 Remake adds a couple more mechanics to it, and then Resident Evil 4 Remake is much richer than Resident Evil 2 Remake. Both are amazing games, but you see an evolution from Resident Evil 2 to Resident Evil 4 remakes as they have this great foundation of a combat system and different gameplay components, and they build on it, you know. So this is our Silent Hill 2 remake. Imagine the next game and the one after that. I think that for a Silent Hill, for a future remake, especially a Silent Hill 3 remake, I think a richer stealth mechanic would be better. The really cool thing about Silent Hill 3 is that unlike this game, it was action oriented. I mean, it was still a very simple survival horror game, like it wasn't an action game by any means, but there's this surreal camp to it in the excessive amounts of wild weapons that you get, like a literal maul, a giant morning star, you get a katana, you get a machine gun, but it isn't like corny action. It feels more surreal and like absurd, but they really from what I understand, the development team was told by Konami that it needed to be more action focused as a means of like competing with Resident Evil. So regardless, though, they pulled it off without sacrificing atmosphere. But there also is a simple sneak mechanic where if you hold the aim button, you'll walk more lightly so you can make less noise. So I think that Silent Hill 3 original is, if it were to be adapted, it's designed to be more, to have like a sneak mechanic and to have like insane weapons and maybe like slightly more melee mechanics than this one. And then maybe like an item that you can use to break grab attacks, because there's a stun gun in that game, and there's a similar mechanic in the Resident Evil 1 and 2 remakes. I hope that this isn't making old head Silent Hill fans mad. I promise I'm not rage baiting. Just sharing ideas, and I honestly think it's a misconception that having more combat mechanics makes a game action focused or breaks immersion, because physically struggling against enemies is not in itself, it's not like action. You know, it doesn't imply that the character is combat trained, but something I wanted to say when it was revealed that this game had a dodge mechanic was like, okay, if a monster was like swinging at you to kill you, would you not dodge? You know, James is an everyman. He knows to get out of the way and duck and whatnot. And likewise, in my hypothetical Silent Hill 3 remake, Heather knows how to swing a blunt weapon to fight. I don't know, people know how to aim and shoot guns. That's a little bit of a stretch. Maybe they aren't gun trained, but you know what I mean. And then if you had an item at your disposal and something was, you know, grabbing onto you to try to kill you, you'd probably use that item to get the thing off of you. So this is all just to say that giving the player more dynamics with which to stave off threats is not, does not create an action focus. It actually makes it more realistic, I think. I think the thing to keep in mind is it's the style that makes the difference, not the substance. If that makes sense, I don't know. So where I'm at in the town is in this laundromat that we visited at the beginning. And I remember mentioning that poster and wondering whether that poster comes back and, you know, has any continuity. And what you'll notice is that that poster is not even on the wall anymore. It's not here. But it did have a message on it about washing away the sins or something like that, so I guess we're supposed to think about it. I also realized, because I mentioned when we came through the laundromat in the daytime, so that washing machine I just looked into had a shirt that was, I think, Henry Townsend's shirt from Silent Hill 4. And I'm realizing that there are like specific examinable references to the other games throughout this one. So we have Silent Hill 4 in the laundromat there. Silent Hill 3 will be later in the hotel. There will be some bread. Silent Hill 1 is the incubator dress in the apartments. And the payphone is ringing, and we have a call to answer, so I'll continue this in a bit. James picks up the payphone. Hello? Anyone there? There is no one on the other line, and so James puts the phone back on the hook, but as he does, he hears a noise, and an item tumbles out of the thing. A letter, or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. You should know. The key is in the park. At the foot of the praying woman, the wrench will open the gate. The key will let loose the abyss. The abyss, which we will discuss soon. And there's a wrench sitting on the payphone. So we've gotten the letter and the wrench that were promised to us on the map. And now the town has gone very silent. No more monsters, no more rain. We have a moment of respite here. So I'm really glad that I recorded this and that I am getting to rewatch this footage, because it wasn't until just now when I rewatched this footage that I really took note of the last line of the letter that came out of the payphone. The one that says, "The key will let loose the abyss." As you remember earlier, I was mentioning how the abyss is literally below our feet. We can see it through the holes in the pavement. And how it has symbolic significance, but that's pretty much what happens during this whole next part of the game, is letting loose the abyss. And I had read the note before, but I didn't use it. I didn't think about it as a way of understanding sort of why the next section of the game is the way it is. It is that way in the original too, but it really helps me appreciate what is coming. That is the prison and the labyrinth. And the abyss is many things, but I think safely can be said that it has to do with the monsters as well. I knew that the abyss was related to the Mandarin symbolically, because I'll explain in a nutshell what the Mandarin symbolism is in a minute here when we pass by it once again. But I hadn't considered that the abyss could maybe be used as a metaphor to describe all the monsters, or what what's going on with the monsters. It might give some meaning to why the monsters become so numerous and hostile in the next section of the game. So right now I'm getting to explore the restaurant that we came through near the beginning of the game. And this part of the city right now is untouched by the Otherworld. It seems it's basically just the city at night. I think that some more walls have been erected, though. If I remember correctly, just behind us, we didn't initially have a tall, one of those big walls with the sheets hanging off it. Honestly, I'll have to fact check that, but correct me if you know and I'm wrong. It's really crazy recording all of this I'm really enjoying it. I'm having a great time basically talking to myself alone in my bathroom like a madman. Which I don't know if I told you guys, but I'm recording this in my bathroom because it is the least terrible room in my noisy apartment to record in. A lot of street noise where I live, but it's really great, and I get a lot of pleasure out of just talking about Silent Hill. With anything I enjoy, I love just like watching it and savoring it and noticing new things, and that's what I'm doing right now. I know the majority of you. Oh, here we are at the door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares, which before was locked. However, it seems to have woken in darkness. As I was saying, I know the majority of you will not have stuck around this long, but if you have, what's a word? Use the word Mandarin in a comment below, so I know you're one of the real ones. Leave a comment, just include the word Mandarin in there somewhere. Anyway, I hope you're enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it. I just really like to notice things and think about them, and since I'm a creative person and I write and I make comedy and such, I get a lot out of paying attention to things that move me and noticing new things and describing them and analyzing them. Honestly, your high school English class taught you some invaluable things that can make your life better just by making you appreciate things. You should use those. So here we are in the tunnel, and we get to have our substantial encounter with the Mandarin. You may not see it, but there are multiple Mandarins climbing along the underside of the metal grating on the ground with their massive trunk-like arms. There we see it. And I'm going to flee from here because it will attack me. The Mandarins are representative of James's repressed memories and thoughts. They're below the surface, below the ground, clamoring, kind of in a pathetic, submissive position, kind of clamoring, wishing they were above ground, something like that. If I remember correctly, the abyss below them then, I believe, represents James's unconscious, or the place where he stuffs his secrets in his the things he doesn't want to remember and the things he doesn't want to admit. I think that is what the abyss represents for James, and that's why the Mandarin represents those repressed memories, thoughts, and feelings. And so I think that because the abyss has that symbolic connection to James, obviously repression implies cognitive self-defense. So guilt is one reason. So it's all one package. But I think all the monsters kind of relate to the abyss and that they're about James's guilt. Now I took a moment to focus on this. Unfortunately, the door is partially ajar, but this is an insane door. This fence door right here. It has like it has a door depicted on it through the metal, and it's this weird perspective thing, like you're looking down a hallway. If when you play this game, take a good long look at that door, it's crazy. It's one of the Otherworld patterns, like the diagonal rectangle that you find on certain doors related to the Otherworld. So it looks like we are not the only ones taking a night stroll in Rosewater Park, because Angela's here. Hey, are you feeling better? This place is different from what I remember. I guess things never really stay the same, do they? Well, I guess not. I don't think she's here anymore, James. Who? My mama. She doesn't want to see me anymore. Why would you think that? Anyway, I'm happy to see you. Happy to see me? Alive, I mean. Oh, yeah. I better get going. You still don't want me to go with you. If we stick together, we might just get out of here. Out of where? This town. Silent Hill. No, it's fine. Okay. You don't happen to see a little girl around here, did you? A little girl? Yeah, Angela, are you alright? Angela? No. Please. You shouldn't be here. Angela, it's okay. No, don't touch me. And Angela runs off into the darkness, having stared at James and seemingly seen something that James didn't see. And now we are free to dig at the base of the statue of the persecuted woman that Maria empathized with so much earlier. At the woman's foot is buried a box and a note. My patient buried it here. I knew, but did nothing. It made me feel uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the old society was sealed. No one dares to approach that place. Now, I offer you the key. If you still do not wish to stop James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. It seems like the doctor at the hospital who wrote the note we found in the reception office is the one talking to us. Because in their note, the doctor was talking about themselves as someone other than the director, and not being a psychiatrist and all that. So like in the original, we have this seemingly benevolent presence, this one person who's directly, explicitly helping us along. And I believe that is the last we hear from the hospital director. We just get this little bit of, or not director, that doctor. We just get this little bit of direction from him. And, well, we descend into the abyss, or rather, let the abyss into the world, depending how you look at it. This section, this between Rosewater Park, the section that we're in right now, and the Historical Society, where we're heading next, I think is my favorite moment in the game for various reasons. One, because there's no attack, there's no combat or anything, and because of that cutscene with Angela, which is so suspenseful and so foreboding. And it was not in the original, but I'm really happy that they added it. I was very surprised, pleasantly surprised when it happened. But something I wanted to remark on with Angela is the way that there's sometimes when it's kind of obvious why she's kind of reacting the way that she is. You know, you bring up a little girl and think, well, Angela has trauma from when she was a little girl, but the more unsettling part of it is when you say things that don't seemingly have to do with anything, and she kind of gets scared. I forget what it was. Like James suggests, should we, in that cutscene, like, should we get out of here? Or something like that. Or here. And Angela's like, what do you mean here? And she goes on alert. There are parts where she does that, and it seems like she's simply afraid of James generally, or she's seeing and hearing things that James is not. It's like she's always under attack, the way that she behaves. So here's that room that Maria kind of wanted to tempt us to take a break in, and the wallpaper has peeled, and a mysterious symbol drawn in red is apparent from beneath the wallpaper. Of course, if you're familiar with the series, you'll recognize that as the halo of the sun, one of the important symbols used by the cult in the town of Silent Hill. And as I mentioned, that room happens to be where Heather stays in the third game. You're now able to examine the outfit that Maria took so much interest in earlier. It feels like it's just really sad looking at that outfit and remembering the relatively pleasant time that you were having with Maria. That little bit of respite you had with someone else with you, and the sun was out, behind the fog at least. And I think that this music is meant to capture all those feelings, and the feeling of whatever just happened with Angela. This moment, they turned it into a reflective moment about the whole game preceding this, and this music is so simple but just absolutely amazing. It makes me sad. I remember when I first played this game, my friend and I were playing it, and as we headed toward the historical society, we both just paused and remarked on the music at the same time. We were like, whoa, we were both privately being impacted by this. Just a brilliant moment and not what we expected. After all the intensity of the Otherworld Hospital and the Silent Hill streets, and losing Maria, and suddenly you're in Rosewater Park and it's nighttime and the trees are rustling in the wind, and it's you forget it's you'd forgotten what it was like to see plants, and it's dark and there's no monsters around and you're safe, and you're sort of accepting that you're safe, and you're running to the historical society expecting to see monsters, but it's just you, and it's you're alone, and it's really sad. I think that this music just is meant to capture James's entire emotional journey thus far, and it's crazy because playing this, you already can look back upon your short journey, your relatively short journey from the beginning to now, and find things that you've lost, like you've met and lost Maria. You've watched characters like Angela sort of become more and more unsettled and disturbed. You've lost comforts, you've lost certain pieces of hope. I think it's sort of a mourning song. It's a song that is mourning a lot up to this point, but also reminds you that you're still going forward. You still have places to go. And even that in itself is a little sad, because you're going to have to keep going, but without some of your hope, and with a lot more doubt, and with a lot less company and comfort. It's brilliant, this piece of music. I love Akira Yamaoka, but the implementation of this piece of music in this game, in this part of this game, was just amazing. I think definitely a standout moment, and I hope that he gets an award for it. When I talked to Avery, Rumen in Love, on YouTube about this, he was just talking about how this piece of music filled him with a feeling that he couldn't describe. It gave us that with both of us, just that ineffable, there's an X factor in music that you just can't put into words. Music is music. Direct communication with the brain, I don't know. So we've arrived at the exterior of the Silent Hill Historical Society, which is a comfy little house housing a museum. It sort of feels like a place that would be a nice homey bed and breakfast, and it fits well into this part of the game because of how comfy and folksy it feels. This little small town tourist attraction that retains its authenticity and its feeling of being local. It's a nice, pretty, house. I don't know my architecture language, but it has that sort of, I don't know, the house architecture. If you're an architecture person, you can give a word for the type of house building style that the Historical Society is. Please do it, but you know what I mean with what I'm saying. So we're going inside this cute, homey feeling place. A little supposed to feel provincial. It's a local history museum. Local historians are, but it's nice. It really does feel like sort of a country vacation, like local museum. I'm thinking of like the northern Michigan, Upper Peninsula Michigan. Like I've been to little nature museums in Marquette, Michigan that are in buildings like this and have this kind of vibe. So this section of the video would be an excellent time for a museum tour. So I will take you around the different paintings and pictures and exhibits in this museum, and we will learn and think about the history of the town of Silent Hill. This is kind of a moment in the game where we're thinking about something other than James. It's kind of our lore moment. We're thinking about where we are. This is the Little Baroness, the maiden voyage of 1916. The Little Baroness is a ship that had a tragic voyage, and we will be reading a document about it actually later on in this video, because I don't remember the exact details off the top of my head. Apologies. You can see that there's an old piano, a bust of some sort, and then we have a picture depicting a local legend, the Lady of the Light, the unveiling of one of two statues commemorating the local folk tale. So it's a photograph of the folk tale that Maria told us about. This photo is uncaptioned, although it looks kind of haunting. Some room. It's hard to tell what's even in it. There's some high windows, I think. As you can see, the second floor is sealed off. I wish we'd been able to. What is that James just made an alarmed noise about? It's him. Misty day. Remains of the judgment. This painting depicts a familiar figure, someone that we've met in real life. I didn't know he was a historical figure, but it seems like we've met a celebrity and didn't even know it. Pyramid Head. From what I understand, no, this is the obsidian goblet. This is an important item to rituals of the local religion. Looks like this picture is missing, but it is called Waterfront Landscape. Alan Smith, date of birth and death unknown. A depiction of the local area. The style indicates it was done sometime around the 1820s when the region was far less populated with sparse infrastructure. And this is a picture of the Silent Hill Historical Society founders. Now here we actually have an original document to read. Among the local legends is that of the Lady of the Light. The story tells of a woman who was accused and found guilty of witchcraft. As punishment, she was taken to a small island out on the lake, a minuscule stretch of rocky soil devoid of any food or shelter. There, she was to suffer a slow, excruciating death as her body succumbed to cold and hunger. However, unbeknownst to the rest of the townsfolk, there was a young man among them who, having gazed into the woman's eyes as bright and beautiful as a midsummer's moon, had vowed undying love for her. When she was convicted, wrongly as he believed, he swore that he would not let her suffer such cruel fate. While waiting for an opportunity to abscond with his beloved, every night he would sneak out and row across the lake, bringing her food and something to keep her warm. And every night, the woman would stand there on the shore, holding a lit candle to help him find his way. But then, one night, when the sky was exceptionally clear, devoid of even a wisp of cloud, the young man set out on his nightly escapade. As always, he would look out into the distance, looking for the light in the darkness that would lead him to his beloved. On that night, however, the moon shone so bright and vibrant, stronger than any candle could. Seeing the light's reflection in the water, the young man was led astray. He rowed and rowed and rowed, following the reflected light, hoping against hope he could reach it. He did not care for his aching arms or the shortness of his breath, utterly mesmerized by the illusory light. When his boat tipped over, the man was so exhausted from rowing, so weakened were his arms, that he was not able to swim to shore. Thus, he succumbed to a watery grave. Although left alone, the woman on the island never lost hope. She kept coming out at night and kept lighting the candle. The legend says that those looking for true love can still see the lady's light out on the lake, shining to bring her beloved home. While the story is clearly meant as a metaphor and a cautionary tale, it is, to a certain extent, rooted in reality, as the area has indeed seen its share of religious persecution, such as that of... And that is the end of the page. Hopefully, sometime we can come back and read about the cases of religious persecution in Silent Hill. Now here we have a photo, uncaptioned, of a room with a very dangerous looking hole in the middle. It seems hazardous. You might notice a large hole in the wall with a staircase behind it, and you might hear some kind of otherworldly wailing, but pay no mind to it. This is a photo of the hospital director, if I'm not mistaken. And here we have an old photo of Brookhaven Hospital, a must-visit location for any guest in Silent Hill, dated 1850. The hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to the area. Originally, it was little more than a shack, but has since expanded into a fully fledged medical establishment. And then over here, we have a photo of the Wiltsey coal mine. Established around 1850, it remained operational until the early 1900s. The mine played a key role in the revitalization of Silent Hill. So I believe that those are the exhibits available to look at in the Historical Society. I do hope someday we get to go upstairs to the second floor of the Society. Maybe a potential Silent Hill 3 remake will expand just slightly to let us into the Historical Society. That would be cool. But it looks like there might be more in the basement, so why don't we just walk through the hole in the wall and go down these stairs and see if there's anything else to learn about Silent Hill's history. You'll notice that it's a very, 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 very long descent. So long you start wondering whether you might just go straight through the crust of the earth. And as you can see, I started running at that point. This is the point, I think, where the abyss is let loose. Like I was talking about earlier, like it was in the letter. And I was watching, there's a YouTuber called Fat Brett, Fatbrett, who makes really good lore videos, and he has been making Silent Hill 2 lore videos since this game came out. And he made a really cool observation in one of his more recent ones, which is that it seems like this staircase, like this hole in the wall of the Historical Society, it almost seems like it broke through the wall of the Historical Society, rather than this being kind of an extension of the Nightmare Historical Society. It's as if right now, when you descended down that long staircase, that you're passing into James's hell. The note on the table reads, September 11th, 1820, prisoner numbers 0 through 221. It is interesting that September 11th was chosen as the date, not to be America-centric, but because this game came out like right after 9/11, and so there's no way they didn't know that 9/11 was in that note. Makes you wonder what they meant by it. So this area is, like I said, it was like the abyss, in my words, kind of interpreting with Fat Brett. The abyss kind of broke through into the real world. So this room up here houses the extra exhibits we were looking for in the Historical Society basement. This photo depicts the Toluca Prison camp. Built in 1862, the camp was used to house prisoners during the American Civil War, converted into Toluca Prison in 1866. And there's a good shot of its grounds. This one depicts death by skewering, an execution at the prison, death by skewering or strangling. To choose his death is the prisoner's last taste of freedom. Finally, we have Crimson and White, Banquet for the Gods. If people in white robes and crimson helmets. So there again is the motif of red and white that I was talking about at the beginning of this entire playthrough. It seems that they were ceremonial. And here's actually a little piece of history. It's that room that we saw depicted in the portrait upstairs with the hole in the middle. And the twist is that you can actually jump right down into the hole and survive. It will take you to very special places. This is the enclosed pit. It's very, very deep. So deep you can't see the top. And it's dank, and water is dripping down, and it's completely enclosed in brick. So you can't leave. You aren't allowed to leave. But if you're crafty, you might be able to break the rules and find a way out. I wonder where that way out might lead. In the original game, this pit was scary because of the way that the game was set up. There wasn't a pre-established thing where you break walls. Like, you were just in this and you had to inspect the walls and find flavor text that happened to tell you that, oh wait, this part of the wall feels different, and then you attack it. But otherwise it caused a lot of despair. In this game it wasn't nearly as scary because you kind of have been breaking through a bunch of walls, so you know that if you see a certain pattern, you can break out. Now, I don't know what this place is that we're in. We're in this one flooded stone corridor, and I don't know what it is supposed to be imitating or representing. There are prison bars here. So is it like a flooded prison basement? I wondered, was it like a sewer or some kind of drainage channel? But there are steel doors and hallways, and looks like the way forward is blocked by a gate on the floor that leads down a hallway, a vertical hallway. This is a great classic spook. You get the key, the lights turn off, and the room fills with insects. That is nightmarish no matter who you are. That's like some Fear Factor type shit. I love this puzzle because it just requires you to panic for a minute. It's got a really easy solution, but it's more about the experience of like, oh shit, entering passcodes frantically. 'Tis doubt which leadeth to purgatory is the inscription on this key. I think that's a way of telling us to just keep going. Now it seems that James has the insane instinct to jump right into this chasm. This chasm where gravity seems to be distorted, where the ceiling is in front of you instead of above you. But once again, we land safely on a cold, hard floor, this time in a much larger room. 'Tis doubt which leadeth to purgatory is what that key said, and it shows that you're being compelled forward. That hesitation and doubt will just have you stuck here, that you need to keep going no matter what the consequences, no matter what you're afraid of. you'll just have to accept whatever you find. That's kind of the pacing of this part. Now in this room there's a freshly killed body slumped over on a cafeteria table that is frozen over. Ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head and pow. Eddie. Hi, James. What happened here? Who was that? I don't know. He just came at me. Okay. So he attacked you and you shot him? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. He made me do it. Okay, calm down, Eddie. Any idea why he would do that? I don't know. He came out of nowhere. Tried to sneak up on me in the dark. I heard footsteps, so I turned back and he was right there. And you could tell he wanted to hurt you. Well, yeah, I mean, the way he looked at me, I just had to do it. He looked at you? I thought you said he came at you. Yeah, I mean, I could see it in his eyes. His eyes? He kept looking at me, making fun of me. I told him not to look, but he didn't listen. Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you. You should see your face, James. I was just joking. That guy was dead when I got here. I got you, didn't I? Well, anyway, I better get going. Wait. You're gonna go out there alone? Yeah. Such a blood-curdling scene. You notice that the table is frozen around the dead body, and if you haven't realized now, we are in Toluca Prison, this area we just learned about that is associated with so many dark things and is one of the most terrifying locations in either version of this game. Eddie is really suffering through a terrifying experience in Silent Hill right now, and it's not told to us very directly. We have to infer it, but I'm not saying I sympathize with Eddie. As we enter the front office, we find this note on the gun cabinet. They still haven't found him. Since he had the cabinet key, we should assume one of the prisoners got his hands on it. Get the spare from the visitor's checkpoint and secure the rifle before it falls into the wrong hands. Seems that there was some kind of uprising, or personal uprising at least, but there is a rifle inside the cabinet for us. Note is just there to kind of let us know that there's a new weapon waiting for us. So, as I was saying about Eddie, I'm not saying I sympathize with him, but I mean, I do sympathize with him a little bit. That doesn't make what he does okay. Kind of one of the basic morals of this game, but Eddie is being stalked, basically, in the Otherworld, in his version of Silent Hill that he's experiencing. He's being stalked, and there really is a man kind of following him around, appearing and taunting him, maybe just also using his eyes. Like, it sounds insane. You can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you. And I suppose there is ambiguity to that because, oh, for a second, there's this painting in the chapel of the prison that looks like a religious gathering of some sort. We've got a confession box, all very obvious in what these things are trying to say and what themes these are about. I will finish my thought on Eddie in a moment, but first we need to visit the priest's chambers with that eerie chandelier and read the journal on his desk. The prisoners do not feel remorse. In fact, they do not feel themselves to be sinful at all. Even the simplest of them will try to shield themselves from the Lord's gaze with what little words they know. And so they dream blissfully, the sinners that they are. For no matter how foul and loathsome one's existence may be, human nature abides. That is obviously a kind of grave thing to consider, kind of a grave commentary on James's situation and on Eddie's. It can definitely say a lot about James and Eddie's. We've gotten this heaviest weight here was sitting right there on the pulpit, I believe it is. The weight has to do with the scales of justice, which we will talk about later. But that note in the priest's office is about denial and self-image, things that James is both trapped in and taking refuge in. We enter the cell block. We see a familiar sight, a mannequin, but it keels over and crawls on all fours up the wall like an insect. And here we meet the spider mannequin, the most annoying enemy in the game and the most stressful. On the first playthrough, it is one of the most terrifying and intimidating enemies. On subsequent playthroughs, it's just annoying. And once we pull the lever, a timer begins ticking down. The lights turn on, and as the timer ticks down, the lights dim and eventually go black once again, leaving us at the mercy of whatever climbs around in the dark, out of our sight. In the game, that is. I'm sorry if that creeped you out when you're trying to fall asleep. I'm talking about Toluca Prison and the spider mannequins. Now here's a door with an inscription or a etching of a boar on it. Not an etching, I don't know, a relief of a boar, I think, with Hebrew writing beneath it. And I have used Google to translate the Hebrew, and I will share those translations as I enter the doors. Understand, of course, that Google is the one translating the Hebrew from what appears on the screen, so it's likely that mistakes will happen, but it is there for a reason. So we are now in the yard of the Toluca Prison, and we find another structure draped in a sheet. We pull off the sheet to reveal a statue, I believe of the Lady of Justice, or whatever they call her, and beneath it a set of scales where we can place the weights we found to cause a dial to turn, and it points at one of the animals that is inscribed on the doors in the cell block. And behind the statue is a gallows, and on the gallows is an inscription: "Pull ye but once on a rope's frayed end, choose the one justified from among the damned. Seek out their tales, think upon each sin, or let blind fate choose. Let the judgment begin." So fittingly, our time in the prison will be spent carrying out a judgment. But I don't see any ropes yet, so we must have to go through those doors in the cell block that the scales are unlocking through the weights we find throughout the prison. So the prison is sort of a very literal section where, you guessed it, we're exploring the theme of justice and crime and punishment and sin. So the first door we're going to enter in the cell block will be that of the headless serpent, and the Hebrew on the door roughly translates to "because you did it, damn you," or I think "damn you because you did it," which, according to Reddit, is a reference to Genesis 3:14 in the Bible. "And the Lord God said unto the serpent, Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life." So it's a reference to the tale of the snake being damned to be a snake. Now, as you just saw, we passed the electric chair execution chamber. That is our next destination. And I know that there's something in the next room, that there's a spider mannequin, so I spend quite some time trying to deal with it ahead of time. This playthrough is my second time ever playing through the prison, so there's a note on the wall. "A reminder to all guards, effective immediately, it is absolutely mandatory for everyone to familiarize themselves with the revised generator maintenance manual. We all remember what happened last time there was a spike, though I'm certain most of us would very much want to forget. We will not have another incident." That is a terrifying note, I assume related to an incident that happened with the electric chair. And it reminds me of The Green Mile. I haven't read the book, but I've seen the movie, the Stephen King book, and there is one very disturbing scene that has to do with the electric chair in The Green Mile that I remember seeing as a kid, and I could handle a lot of like cheesy horror or like whatever normal slasher horror as a kid, but the electric chair scene in The Green Mile was so like, it was different, and it disturbed me because it was so cruel. It wasn't just gruesome, but like you saw someone doing it on purpose to be cruel. Now, let me not be negative, but I don't really like this part of the prison. Because I don't like the electric chair. I think it's a cliche, and they don't really do anything with it other than sort of, ooh, it's the electric chair, it's punishment, etc. It reminds me of The Suffering, the PS2 game The Suffering, which is a game that I do like, but the whole thing about The Suffering is that it's just sort of grindhousey and insane. and the electric chairs in that game specifically to be just in your face, violent, and disturbing. And in this game, I was just mentioning an instance of like an electric chair in horror that I found affecting, but in this game, like, no one is actually getting executed. They don't talk much about the implications of execution. They hint that something cruel or scary happened with execution. I don't know. I just don't love it. I think that Silent Hill is one thing that is not supposed to be sensationalistic. There will sometimes be kind of like scary or, just things that are meant to just scare you and make you jump or just make your skin crawl for the sake of it. That's all fun and that's all well and good. But as for the electric chair here, I think they just reached for one of the most recognizable and kind of, one of the most recognizable scary things about the justice system, at least in America. Execution, the electric chair, but it's been done to death, and I think be more creative. Pick something that is less discussed or just quieter, something we don't see much of or haven't thought much about. Obviously, like, there are a lot of horrors to the prison system in America, both today and historically, and I think that this place would have been better if they'd mined some of that. Same thing with the lobotomy in the hospital. It's like, ooh, diabolical procedure, the lobotomy. Like, come on. I don't know, I'm not that easily shocked. I've seen a few horror movies, I get it, lobotomies are scary. Although, I don't mean to be completely negative, because I like how they used the, like, bliss concept in that and added that to this game. And, I don't know, just, these are just critiques that, like, areas to improve, think about in future games. I think. Now, I will not say that this prison isn't scary, because it is probably the most intense area of the game, just the most, like, you constantly feel unsafe, you constantly feel under attack. The original prison I definitely like more. It's quieter and more dreadful, and it's scarier, like, in a different way, in a better way. In a way where you don't have to just go balls to the wall and put the character under assault. And they do preserve some good stuff from the original, some eerie stuff in this one, so. But yeah, this one, I will give it credit in that it feels like a riot at all times. It feels like you're under a prison riot. And then I think that also, to its credit, and like, I think I see kind of what they're going for tonally, because the abyss has just been unleashed. Like, you are going into the unknown, the abyss, the unconscious, and the truth. I will say the truth, because I watched Fat Brat's video like right after recording the part of this, where I was talking about the abyss and the mandarins, and it was perfect because he phrased it as like the abyss being the truth, the thing, the truth is within the unknown, but it's only unknown because it's being hidden, repressed. But anyway, I think that like the kind of intensity and tone of this game's version of the prison is like you're under attack, like you are fighting the horrifying truths trying to encroach on you. And something specifically, the mannequins, I find it interesting how prominent the mannequins are in this version of the prison. I don't think there were nearly this many mannequins in the original, but obviously we get this new, very brutal variant of the mannequin, and I think think that the mannequin is the most shameless and objectified monster, I believe, in this game. Like, it's shameless in its sexualization, and it's just like the most boastful, whereas the other monsters seem as if they're suffering. Also, it occurs to me that I think that the prison is, to James, a manifestation of his desire for punishment, his desire to be punished. And so the prison is, it's a prison, and it's incredibly brutal, and it's full of symbols of justice and quote-unquote justice and punishment, and it almost kills him. And the mannequins, they become like numerous and like insects, and like, rather than sort of hiding and, taking up residence in dark corners, they are swarming. They have like a colony formed in the place. Like, it is their domain. It's infested with them, and they're killing you. And I think it's just the mannequins, their nature, their shamelessness, and the guilt that James associates with his sexual desire, becoming like the killer, the top of the food chain or something. I don't know if I'm describing it in the clearest, or I don't know if I'm like articulating myself perfectly well, but you get the idea. I just find it so interesting how prominent the mannequins are in the prison, because they just don't seem to go together, Like, they don't seem like prisoner types, or in-prison types, or like prison guard or authority types either. They're just like, I guess there is a lot of sexual tension in prison, a lot of sexual anxiety. So there's that. I hate this moment where you have to break through the wall and there's like a knife mannequin and a lying figure, and I don't know, the spider mannequins are very stressful to deal with, because you're in these, they're just crawling everywhere, you can't see them, but they jump out of you out of nowhere, and I'm really bad at timing my dodges with the spider mannequins. But at this part, I've noticed in the prison, actually in most of the game, you can completely avoid the spider mannequins. You can like get away with not fighting them. You have to occasionally dodge and maybe get hit occasionally, but I found it's much easier just to run. And you can kind of avoid them by walking through the dark. This is one enemy where they successfully did like a stealth mechanic. There's one later in the hotel, there's a spider mannequin encounter with like many spider mannequins, and I have never fought a single one of them. I just walk through the dark, and I rarely aggro them either. So keep that in mind. But at this part, I just walk from cell to cell, and the mannequins don't come inside the cells. So we have escaped from the mannequin-infested cell block to a staff area, and there is a report on the table. Execution DR-88 report. Prisoner E662. Age 23. Sex male. Method electrocution. Witnesses 0. Note to medical staff. During last night's execution, the prisoner, assumed to have been disabled, simply stood up and approached the chair without any assistance. From now on, take utmost care when reviewing the prisoner's medical history. Guards need to be made aware how capable the prisoners are in order to avoid any incidents. Despite my complaints about the electric chair that is very creepy, I found that really creepy. It reminds me of Jim Jones in the Jim Jones's cult. I forget the name of was it the People's Temple or something? But there's a story of he's a cult leader, and during a worship session, a woman in a wheelchair, he says that God is going to heal her and he's going to heal her, and she stands up and she can walk suddenly. It was later revealed, I think, that she was a plant, that he coordinated that, so people thought that he made a woman walk, but I think that's the case. Look that up for yourself, though. I don't really have time to fact check myself while I'm recording, sorry. But regardless, it's just a really creepy little story, and there's so much unsaid which makes it creepier. Like, was it supernatural? The reason that he was able to stand up and walk just before he was executed, or was he a really good deceiver and he deceived the guards? Or were the guards just incompetent and maybe slackers? So I got the armory key from that cell block, and now I can get the hunting rifle, the most powerful weapon in the game, but the hardest to use. The aim on it is atrocious, and it's very slow. You have to cock it. It's sort of like the 45 or the revolver of this game. Like how most, in a lot of games, the Magnum is like your most powerful weapon. So I didn't read this note in the other room, but this memo is related to a mystery we discussed earlier. In the center of Silent Hill lies the town's major tourist attraction, Toluca Lake. But there's a darker side to this scenic, beautiful reservoir. What may seem a bread and butter local ghost story you've heard time and time again, in this case, rings surprisingly true. One fateful, fog-bound November day in 1918, a tourist cruiser called Little Baroness has set sail never to dock again. Newspaper articles reporting the event contain no details on the ship's disappearance. Despite an extensive police search, neither a single fragment of the ship nor the remains of the passengers or the crew have ever been recovered. But in 1939, an even more bizarre incident has taken place. Many pages are missing, torn out. Who knows how many souls were taken by the waters of Toluca Lake? Do the eyeless skulls of the damned stare hopelessly at the surface from below, yearning for a breath? Or was their mysterious fate different altogether? Very spooky. I don't know what that incident was in 1939, but I don't like it. That's the Little Baroness that we saw a picture of in the Historical Society. We know about the story of the Little Baroness sinking, but what happened in 1939? That's another spooky thing, another perhaps supernatural piece of objective reality for James. See, this game isn't just completely made up in James's head. There is a reality interacting with his mind. I was just discussing with someone online who said that they didn't like that they remade that. One thing they didn't like about the fact that this game was remade before the others is that it gives people the impression that all the monsters in all the Silent Hill games are just manifestations of the characters' psyches. which it is true that in this game, the monsters are like completely unique to James. Well, that's not even true, but they're completely unique to these characters and they come from the individual characters, probably to a greater extent than in the other games, but I disagreed, and I bring this up because I was talking about how you find facts about Silent Hill's history and hints at supernatural entities and forces, because this game isn't entirely personal or made up. It kind of is the most skeptical game where it is possible that none of it is real, but it's not that this game doesn't take place in objective reality, that there wasn't objective basis to it, because otherwise, why would the town of Silent Hill literally kill some of these characters? If it all is totally made up in their head, and how are they all having delusions at the same time, all having personal, horrors at the same time? Is it just a complete coincidence that they're all delusional and hallucinating? No, there's a force that is interacting with them to cause them to experience these supernatural events. I shouldn't say supernatural as like it's a ghost, but what makes this game different is that it's just more personal to the characters, and but it is part of the same world as the other games. And I think that people misunderstand if they think that this is the only Silent Hill game with any psychological horror. They all do. There aren't strict lines between the different genres of horror. There are elements. It's a reality bending, supernatural horror series. There is innately some psychological horror to it because you always have to question what's real. Literally, the protagonists of every Silent Hill game, especially 1, 3, and 4, overtly question reality throughout the game. And besides that, even though Silent Hill 1, 3, and 4 have more of a shared reality between the characters, that is, in 1 and 4 we know that multiple characters are facing the same monsters, and that in 1, 3, and 4 the monsters aren't manifested from the main character's psyche. Most of the monsters in the Silent Hill games are either based on or distorted by different characters' fears, anxieties, memories, etc. So for example, in Silent Hill 1, the common monsters and most of the bosses are based on Alessa's childhood fears and fairy tales she's read. So the split worm is based on a children's story about a dragon or a reptile creature, and the dogs are based on her fear of dogs due to a traumatic childhood incident with a dog. They may be real dogs. I don't think they are, but they may be real dogs, but they're obviously affected. They're made into monstrosities by Alessa's memories and fear. In Silent Hill 3 actually I think is the most interesting case when it comes to the monsters. I actually think Silent Hill 3 and 4 too, in a similar way, is a great game. It's a great instance to help you think about the nature of reality and the supernatural power in Silent Hill, and like the religious beliefs and the reality of the divine entities that the cultists believe in the series. Because in Silent Hill 3, it's understood that the nightmare that you're living out is, in the first half of the game, is Claudia's creation. That's not the most exact description, but I'll get back to that. I'll continue that train of thought in a minute. So there's scratchings on the floor of this cell. They say, "It is bad to take when they own. They said they own. The other can't take. When one does own, but I cannot own. Should the warden take? No, he shouldn't own. I will own. Again, I will take." So this prisoner, I do like this cell block. I think it's interesting. It seems that there's a thief among the prisoners in this cell block, and we're tracking down what the thief stole. And then, if I remember correctly, if I understand correctly, I think there is one prisoner who has violent intentions towards another. So you find one of the weights is kind of based on a shiv, and you read about a prisoner trying to get access to another prisoner's cell. I like this area of the cell because I like how they highlighted the conflict between the prisoners and the guards in the prison, and I just find that like compelling, because I think a lot of prison media, no, all prison media focuses on that, but when we're talking about the theme of guilt and punishment and such, the guards are an element that make everything more complicated. Because even though guards are tasked with controlling and containing the prisoners, they themselves are not more righteous than the prisoners. Prison abuse by guards is very common in prisons. This log on the table describes the story here. Sunday, morning route. Disruption reported. C-140 yelling about C-777 haunting him. Claims bars can't hold him. Administered sedative to C-140. Noon lockup. Performed precautionary search of C-777 cell. D5. No traces found of the prisoners leaving his cell unsupervised. Recommended further psychiatric evaluation of C-140. Afternoon route. C-140 and C-777 missing from their cells. Alarm raised. Search in effect. Update. Bathroom door barred from inside. Efforts made to get them apart. Open, excuse me. We don't hear anything from the other side. Evening lockup. And the log ends there. So these two prisoners we have an issue with. And I think that one of them has violent intent toward the other, and perhaps that violent intent is borne out in the showers, which we are headed to soon. So I forgot to initially read the translation of the hornless ox door, which is the door that we entered to get in this cell block. The Hebrew on the door seems to roughly translate to, "And all the horns of the wicked I will destroy." And again, according to Redditor Kyle Bisme, the hornless ox is a reference to Psalm 75:10 of the Bible that says, "All the horns of the wicked will I also cut off, but the horns of the righteous shall be exalted." So it's basically God will disempower the wicked and empower the righteous. So here's our Shiv key that will get us into the shower with a note on the wall. Shame you didn't find it. Shouldn't you know this place better than I do? Now it's too late. I'm going for a walk. Uh-oh. Clever boy, here's your reward. We could both use a bath. It shows his intent to go to the shower and maybe do something unruly with this other prisoner that he's been having issues with. I think that was a padded cell. I think, was he put in there for his own protection or something? Anyway, part of the narrative of this is prisoners escaping their cells and going on walks after dark, and it seems the guards are having issues preventing this from happening, according to a note found on the wall nearby. So the Shiv key, I think you're supposed to go to one of these cells and use it. On this wall, there's a note from the guards. Saw someone walking around past lights out. Again. Whichever one of you that was, do I need to remind you that you must never leave your post without prior clearance? Next time I catch you, I'm reporting you to the warden. Catch me if you can. I think that note on the back is a message from the prisoner, kind of taunting the guards. I am not sure if the guard is collaborating with the prisoners. I think maybe, is the guard coordinating some kind of violence between the prisoners? Which prison guards sometimes do, by the way. They're called gladiator fights and they're horrifying. You should look them up. This prisoner has a rather obvious escape route into the pipes, and there's a note within. He's coming. I know he is. The bars, the walls, they can't hold him. He'll get in. He'll get in. I still have time. I can make it. Almost through. But he's close. I can feel it. He's coming to finish it. Let him come. So this inmate is terrified of this other inmate, and he knows this other inmate intends to kill him, it seems. Which is scary, and the way he describes it, saying things like, I can feel it, he's close, and I still have time. It makes this murderous prisoner feel almost other than human, like some kind of monster or supernatural entity. And that makes it really scary. But then it's also kind of badass because the prisoner's resolved to fight for his life in the shower, and he's like, let him come. I'll be waiting. He's there to defend himself. So that's our narrative of the showers here. I think I didn't really think about what I'm gonna keep a lookout when I get to the shower area, because I want to see what clues there are as to how that turned out or what happened there. This bathroom is very dingy and icky and abandoned feeling without going overboard, and I appreciate that. There is a carving in the tile that says, "They won't save you." I think it may be referring to the prison guards. Maybe that is the threatening prisoner, leaving a intimidating message on the wall, telling the prisoner who is defending himself, as far as I understand, that the authorities in the prison are not going to save him. that he is on his own, and it's up to him to defend himself, or whatever the dynamic is. So unfortunately, it looks like I've just run past one of the rooms. There's a locker room over there with a note in it, and I will read the note out loud in just a bit after I take care of this knife nurse. The nurse that I suspect is kind of designed with paper and ink as part of her body. I don't know if I asked earlier, but do you guys agree with that? Or do you have some knowledge of the creature design that proves that wrong? Here we have one of our tiles from the original game. In the original game, you collected 3 different tiles that corresponded to 3 different types of sinners. I believe it was the oppressor, the glutton, and the temptress. Which, if you correlate them with James, Eddie, and Angela, are very problematic. Because Angela was not a temptress. Eddie, well, he does overeat, but that's not what's wrong with him. I think that's a symptom of his. That's how he handles his trauma, is through eating, which is very common. I remember seeing on episode of I think it was that 600-pound life or something, where a woman would eat a lot to cope with the trauma of being abused as a kid. It just was in her head that she could defend herself or distract herself or whatever by eating and eating and eating. I think there's a similar thing going on with Eddie, who was bullied. So what we find in the back of the showers is another hole in the wall between 2 bathtubs full of insects and green fluid. And it paints a grim picture of what may have happened here, if anything. I don't know if that has anything to do with the prisoners, but when we reach inside, we find one of our weights, as if the hole was bored specifically for us, and tons and tons of monsters wake up. Their corpses had previously littered the floors of the bathroom and the shower, and now they are awakening at the moment that we reach our goal, that we obtain the thing that we had been looking for, as is the case with many of the underworld or otherworld scenarios throughout this game. So the memo that I unfortunately skipped in the changing room of the showers was a crumpled note that read, "I told you, I told you, I told you, I told you, I told you. You didn't listen." I believe it is the final note of the person who is in the showers, defending himself. Now that I think about it, it's possible that it was a delusion, that this other prisoner was threatening him, was stalking him, wished him any harm. It's possible that it was a delusion and that he killed that other prisoner based on an imagined threat, which is sad to think about. Now that we have our next weight, more mannequin spiders arrive in the main cell block of the prison. the place just becomes more and more infested with mannequin spiders as we go. It feels like the mechanical process of the prison, perhaps this carceral punishment we wished for, as if we wished for a brutal punishment that may be what's going on here and why James is experiencing this. So I kind of cut off a thought I had earlier about the nature of the monsters in Silent Hill, and I think since I'm talking about maybe this whole prison being like guilty wish fulfillment for James, I will grant that in the other Silent Hill games, it's not just the world kind of arising out of the main character's psyche. It is more of a shared reality where they see some of the same monsters and all that. And in the first Silent Hill game, the monster designs weren't that deep. They did correspond to like fears and things that one of the characters had imagined, but they weren't like deeply symbolic and definitely not rooted in the main character Harry's psyche. But they are all affected psychologically. And I think the point I wanted to get to was that I think that nothing in the Silent Hill universe can be perfectly, literally, or directly explained by the cult's own beliefs, their own spiritual beliefs. I think that there certainly is obviously spiritual power in the town, but it is explicitly mentioned that that Silent Hill was built on what was already considered a sacred site to the indigenous people of the area. And this cult brought European beliefs. Well, it may not have been a cult yet, but European religious beliefs came here. We have a note on this table. Sunday, morning route. Incident at the infirmary. D-183 assaulted medical staff, attempted to steal medication. Situation under control. Noon lockup. Rumors of disease spreading among the prisoners, reported to administration. Afternoon route. E-130 had a coughing fit, reported to medical staff. Evening lockup. And the log ends there. We are in the wing of the prison where the infirmary is, and we are starting to learn about a disease outbreak that took place in this prison and the chilling response that the prison administration had to it. This disease outbreak seems to have driven the warden insane, and it makes me wonder if the disease had neurodegenerative defects that caused him to go crazy. Perhaps he caught the disease and lost it. It would probably be hard to contain the disease to the prisoners. It's interesting to think about what this disease might be. People have guessed that it has to do with the plague outbreak that had taken place earlier in Silent Hill's history, having a resurgence, perhaps through means of Silent Hill's spiritual power, which would be interesting. It's possible that it never happened, and that it's in James's head, and of course, James has a lot of anxiety related to diseases because of Mary. It's possible even that the disease, so Avery Rumen Love, my friend, has speculated that Mary has a connection to the Shepherd family from Silent Hill Homecoming. I think it's a very tenuous connection, but it's a valid headcanon. But he thinks because of that, she may have gotten her disease from the spiritual power of the town, specifically Toluca Lake, which could be possible whether or not she's a shepherd. So it's possible this outbreak actually happened, and it's the same disease Mary had. Here in the visitor room, we have a note taped to the glass. Guards think we're leopards now, don't know why. But they stay away. I don't complain. It's also possible that it was not an actual disease outbreak and that it was a delusion of the guards, like one prisoner got sick or something like that. I love how you have to check the back of that note to read it since it was taped to the glass. In any case, some abuse of power was going on. Perhaps the warden thought he was being noble, or he dehumanized the prisoners in his head, which is pretty par for the course, and kind of saw them as a problem to conquer. Disease outbreaks in prison are often handled very unethically. Diseases are allowed to run rampant. This happened during COVID, and the state really does nothing about it, and because prisoners are locked up, they kind of just let them stay in there, and what happens happens. It's very problematic and disgusting. I bring this up because Silent Hill is scary because of what it reflects in the real world. I don't think, I'm not trying to be woke. I don't think Silent Hill has to be about anything just because that thing is real in the real world, but it's just interesting, the resonances with the real world. See, I think that, again, maybe it would have been scarier and more effective and unnerving if this disease thing, instead of being an, mysterious outbreak or the warden's psychosis, it had been one of those cruel instances of how United States prisons often handle disease outbreaks among prisoners. The prison is supposed to be kind of brutal and unrelenting after all. And I suppose my issue with prison media, specifically like horror prison media, is that nothing is more disturbing and brutal and depressing than what actually happens in prisons in the United States, at least the worst things that happen in prisons in the United States. Here's the infamous "reap what you sow" graffiti on the wall. And why would you make a prison level full of, I don't know, not full of, but why would you make prison horror out of cliches and supernatural stuff when you could just make it about real life prison, what happens there? This note says, he locked himself in, took the key. None of the COs got a spare, but I know there is one. He was going nuts over the quote-unquote disease. See if the head nurse doesn't have it. Thinks he's safe up there. He'll get what's coming. I think that this note is about the warden. I think that this note kind of suggests that, yes, the warden is delusional. Now here is my favorite or second favorite puzzle from the original Silent Hill 2. The main puzzle of the original Silent Hill 2 involved finding a wax doll in a sort of religious prisoner's cell, one who seems to do rituals. There's a wax doll in one of the cells, and then getting a horseshoe from the gallows was originally the purpose of the gallows, and then finding a lighter, and there is a trapdoor on the floor, but it doesn't have a handle, so you can't open it, and you have to melt the wax doll in, and then stick the horseshoe in the melted wax, let it dry, and create a handle out of the horseshoe. Another just wacky puzzle solution. Here is another note about the disease outbreak, quote unquote. Regarding the emergency medical examination report, the report's conclusions are incorrect. The prisoners are sick. Examinations are to be repeated until their condition is properly diagnosed. Use more invasive methods if necessary. We must know the true nature of this affliction. All else is secondary. I guess earlier I shouldn't have discussed the disease in the prison as if it were real, but I like that because I'd forgotten that it was kind of a delusion. But I like that in real time I narrated the thought process. I narrated sort of the changing perception of this quote-unquote outbreak. I wonder why the warden is convinced that the prisoners are diseased. I wonder if it's a power fantasy or something. If you have any thoughts about this, let me know in the comments. I had one commenter leave a very insightful comment about one of the memos in the last installment of this video, the first one, and it was awesome, and I love getting those kind of comments from you guys, because there's so much to think about that I don't always think about some of the most obvious things, and I love kind of sharing our thoughts and knowledge with each other to understand this game. So, the reap what you sow, we passed that already, we'll see it again, but I think it's interesting they changed the font of that reap what you sow graffiti. And I will read that memo in a second after I have made myself safe from these nurses that are infesting the infirmary. Bam. Yeah, whipping out the shotgun was probably the best idea. And I will not stop stomping them, I don't know why. Okay, what do we have here? New rules of conduct, effective immediately. Guards are to keep their distance from the prisoners at all times. Any attempts of approaching the guards by the prisoners are to be met with immediate disciplinary action. Prisoners are to be confined to their cells until further notice. So the warden is imposing confinement and isolation for the prisoners. They are under quarantine. And this seems like sort of a recipe for mass torture and a pretext for maybe some ill treatment. I still am trying to fit in what this paranoid, this hysterical warden story is all about for the whole game. Maybe it really is just a scary, creepy story for us to explore, and that would be fine. But I can say it also, the feeling of hypochondria and paranoia kind of fits in with the general vibe here, what with the infestation of spider mannequins. It feels like in the prison you can never just stand still. This key is such a strange shape to the upper floor. I kind of suspect it's not real. Report, examination, report, conclusions. None of the examined show any clinical sign or symptom of a life-threatening illness, contagious or otherwise. The recommended endurance tests were also performed. The results have been submitted directly to the warden as per his specifications. Why are we doing this? Someone writes on the back of the note. It seems the medical staff in the prison are kind of disturbed by the orders that they're being asked to carry out. Of course, I think that means they should defy the orders, but, who will watch the watchmen? Okay, I'm being goofy, sorry. I think that, there's a lot of uncertainty around this disease going on in the prison, but the actual answer to what's going on can be found in Lady Gaga's new single, Disease, which has an excellent music video, and if you stream that on Spotify, it will kind of clarify what's going on in this story here, because the storytelling can be rather opaque. So there's candles in the corner of the room as if it's a church. I think maybe a holdover from the 1800s history, and maybe they have part in church services, but also maybe they're not real. Maybe it's some mishmash of the present and past of the prison, or the perception of its history, I don't know. I have to say the chapel adds a great thing to the mood of the prison. The chapel that can be seen over the balcony behind us that we went through at the beginning of this area, it is so warm and contemplative and reverent in comparison to the cold, dingy, punitive brutality of the prison, and this kind of dank, dingy color palette. It creates a nice variety in texture, and I don't know, it kind of gives this contemplative vibe, it prompts you to, you're seeking solace in that church, or you have some contrast that's having you think about righteousness and maybe forgiveness and repentance. The whole thing kind of reminds me of the confession booth from Silent Hill 3, which is comforting to me. I love that area. And across the way there is a Christian cross with a bunch of wires running through it. So this church seems to be a more conventional, I think, Catholic church because of the rosary in the priest's or whoever's room. I would say priest because I think it's Catholic. So I was watching Nitro Rad's little review thing of this game today. It's an hour and a half long, and it's all his different opinions, but he brought up something interesting that helped me understand the whole sickness thing going on in the prison, and as a continuation of the hospital. So he was criticizing the handling of the voice acting in the radio show that comes on in the elevator in the hospital, which I totally agree with him. They really screwed that up. But he was saying that in the original it was sort of supposed to show a callousness towards life and death, the loss of human life, and it was it sort of connected to how the doctors in the hospital were obsessed with curing illness and conquering illness as a professional achievement, but not in the actual person suffering or their life or the value of their life. And so I think that something similar might be going on in this prison, with the doctor, the warden's obsession with sickness, which we can see here in the warden's office on this typewriter. Sick, 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 sick. He has typed over and over, obsessed with the illness that he's made up in his head. And we type the word sick once more on his typewriter, and a drawer opens, giving us the weight that we need to proceed into the next area of the prison. And when he does that, a bunch of mannequin spiders are unleashed, making the central cell block even more dangerous. As you go through the prison, it just gets more and more dangerous. And this sucked for me because I ran downstairs and tried to go out one of the doors, the animal doors that is locked. Realized I couldn't. I had to run up through here and expose myself to more mannequin spiders. I absolutely hate those enemies. They are hard to shoot, they're hard to kill, their dodge timing is tricky and you can barely see them. Like right there, I just got smoked by one of those mannequin spiders out of nowhere. So I didn't continue my discussion about what I was talking about with like the symbolism of the monsters, or whether the monsters, but I think I was gonna finish what I was saying. I think I left off where I was saying that the cult in Silent Hill is a syncretic religion. I think it's a mishmash of European Christian ideas, some strain of Christianity, and native beliefs, like the religion of the indigenous people in the Silent Hill area. And so right off the bat, you have to understand that it's not to be taken at face value. It's a human religion that is accounting for and explaining a spiritual power that exists in the area of Silent Hill and has been known to exist since before settlement. So what the cult members say, how they explain their magic and the actual magical or arcane things going on in the town, you can't take them at face value. You can't say that, there's a one-to-one between, say, this ritual that someone is carrying out and their understanding of the result. I think that they're partially right, but the reason I say all that is because I think that things that the cult members conjure in the town, I think that they are partially created from the cult members' minds and their psyches, and not purely like the actual demons that they think they're conjuring. I think the greatest example is the god, because the god at the end of Silent Hill 3 resembles Alessa, and I think that is because the god appears in an image that people have of God, if I understand correctly from reading the Book of Lost Memories. 436 people at a recital. This cell has 3 paintings in it that are so... I don't understand them. Burning Man. It's just a picture of a burning thing, city, man, I don't know. And then the last one, woman in flight. And it's a woman flying over some trees. This cell was in the original game. I'm really glad they put those paintings back in there in high definition, ultra high definition, so we could see them. And I don't understand those paintings. I may be obtuse, and there may be some like actual connection with this game's story, but, and if you know of one, let me know. But they give me the chills, especially Woman in Flight for some reason more than the others. There's something about Woman in Flight that is just it just it just gives me chills for some reason. So this torturous looking room, I have no idea what this could be, but we will be back there, because inside one of those rooms with the metal studs covering every surface is the final weight that we need to solve the scale puzzle and completely balance the weight on either side. Blooper Team gets an A for me for how they handled the paintings cell, because it's just kind of tucked off, optional in a certain area, rather than kind of, and it's content with not being explained, or it's just there, and it tells a potential story, and it's creepy, it's mysterious. Not everything needs to be explained or centered, sort of like spotlit. But that makes me think about something that Nitro Rad said in his Ramble review, which was a good critique of some of the things in this game, the way they were handled. I was back at the Otherworld Hospital. I was trying to articulate the issue I had with it, and after watching Nitro Rad's video, I have it in perfect words now. So the main puzzle of the Otherworld Hospital is that box in the center, and the fact that there needs to be a big grand centerpiece. But he specifically talks about the painting of the woman, that sort of 3D painting that you have to put rings on her hand. And he didn't like how, the grand centerpiece box opens up and reveals this woman painting in the grand hall of the hospital, and she becomes like this big set piece, and of course you go through and the door slams behind you and it's all creepy. Whereas in the original, the woman was kind of tucked away next to an elevator in one of the hospital corridors, and it was the same deal, but it's a lot creepier when it's not like emphasized and showcased as if to be like, hey, look at this is scary and weird, isn't it? It's sort of like if you were to walk into someone's house and they had a huge creepy picture, or tasteless or just off-color picture in their living room, or a weird picture, and it's huge and it's like there for everyone to see, it's the first thing you see, you would either be like, okay, this person's an edgelord, and they're telling us right here, or you would see it and be like, okay, this person's a freak, a loud and proud freak or a creep, and I'm creeped out and I'm gonna leave. And you could make your judgment, you could leave, and that's that. But if you were to maybe, I don't know, walk down a hallway and maybe you were in a spare room and you see it and it's just kind of one of the things on the wall in the spare room. Or you open a closet and see that they have this weird, creepy painting, like, inside a closet. That would really get under your skin and make you think. This cell has what looks like cultic symbols in it. There are circles with circles inside them and inscriptions around the edge and candelabras and other sort of ritual implements, it seems, and as you stand inside. And I'm not going to put this in the audio, obviously, because it's too scary, but as you stand inside that cell, you hear this deep voice, saying something repeatedly, and I don't know what it is. I think people may actually know what it is, but yeah. Let me know if you do, or I can look it up and let you know later. We have a note here in the security office. Due to recent acts of inmate violence, prisoner D-239 has been transferred to solitary confinement, cell F6. I don't know what is up with in the corner. There is this cell with a mattress on the floor, as if someone was living in there. That is very creepy. Like, why was someone sleeping on a mattress on the floor in the security room of this prison? Was someone imprisoned there? I don't know. But we have now unlocked the solitary confinement rooms. And it turns out that that's what these steel, rusted, studded rooms are. They are solitary confinement. And they seem to be designed so that the inmate can't know a moment of peace, can't lay down for a nap, possibly can't even sit. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I couldn't let them take you, and now you're still there, aren't you? It says that note is called a confession. And as we read it, the door slams shut and something begins hitting the door, slamming against the door, harder and harder, causing the whole room to shake and dust to fall from the ceiling. And we try to get out, but are also afraid to approach the door, and then eventually it stops, and we open the door and we run out, and we run up the ladder and back into the central cell block to bring our final weight to the scale in the yard. And as we enter the cell block, we find that things are quiet. No more mannequins climbing on the walls, threatening our lives. I run back to the armory here to save, and before I head out of this prison, I'm going to explore cell block A, the central cell block, because now that it's quiet, I can really look inside the cells and see what's in there, and of course loot some ammo and what have you. I came to look at this painting again for some reason. I was a little bit neurotic about missing things during this playthrough. It was only my second time in the prison, so I felt like not confident in knowing what was where. So one of these cells has a memory from the original in it. There is this cell with the tablet in it, I think of the temptress, and some interesting drawings or photographs on the walls. It seems that a lot of prisoners in this prison, I think we've come across like 3 cells now that have some sort of occult or just prominent religious paraphernalia and iconography in them. Maybe these prisoners were members of the cult of Silent Hill, or they turned to pretty intensive religious practices to cope with their life in prison. There's a sign here that reads, "This cell is to be cleaned up by Tuesday. Make sure you let the cons do it by then. The previous tenant has been moved to death row as per the warden's order." Very spooky. The cons are the ones who are tasked with cleaning cells, it seems, and I wonder if in the electric chair area there is a prisoner, like you can find a cell that might correspond to that prisoner having been moved there. It is a little bit crazy that the electric chair is featured like right next to a cell block, as like you could look, it's like you could hear it happening. Creepy. I assume that that is death row in this prison. Very macabre. I was gonna remark that because we saw these cells with the religious iconography and the cell where there's like symbols painted on the wall and like a scary voice speaking, and then the solitary confinement cell where you get locked in for a minute and something is like bashing on the doors. The prison, like in the original, seems to have like a lot of intensive hauntings in it, which I love. Like, I'm sure there's like psychological horror explanations to it, but it's also just like, this game is also supernatural, and the psychological is because of like the hauntings and such. But I think that the scariest part of the original was those hauntings. The original prison was that the prison was like just dank and the sound was scary and these terrifying unexplained things would happen. I think that that was enough of a basis for this being the scariest, most intense area in the game, and that I'm glad they kept those in. I'm really glad they did, but I also think that it could have been built on that the scariness and intenseness of this area could have been built on that concept rather than just like having a whole bunch of brutal enemies and terrifying tropes, like, you know, sensational tropes like the electric chair. Personally, I think that, but I just love it as like a person, like I've talked about, who was partially raised by a paranormal obsessed person. The level of dark spiritual energy in this area has to be very high because it's a prison. Of course, it can't be the actual prison. It's hard to, because we're like way underground, like we're in the abyss basically, but I don't know if this area contains the prison, like the actual physical location of the prison appears here, and it's not entirely of James's making, or whether it's entirely of James's making. Now that we've used the weights to balance the justice metaphor to get the statue to drop the execution lever, we can move on to one of my favorite puzzles, where we must pull on the rope of the one justified from among the damned. Pull ye but once on a rope's frayed end, choose the one justified from among the damned. Seek out their tales, think upon each sin, or let blind fate choose. Let the judgment begin. We must find out which of these people is justified or innocent. Under veil of nightfall, in the ink of dusk, a blazing inferno engulfs the wooden husk. Screams of the innocent fill the night sky. He who hell let loose now watches them die. This is an arson. In twilight's grasp a thief emerges sly. Through the veils of night his purpose veiled awry. His nimble fingers, like whispers they glide. In the goods of others his needs doth reside. A thief. In a shroud of twilight a tale doth unfold, where the shadows dance their secrets are told. A shadowy figure, his motives unclear, steals his own kin, one he should hold dear. A kidnapper. In clandestine steps, darkness as his guide, the man ventures deeper where riches doth hide. An unseen intruder with motives untold, his hands eager to touch, to grab, and to hold. With her senses failing, she looks, mouth agape, at the one who forced her spirit to escape. Cold steel pierces vein, a sanguine flood, gazing back at her, her own flesh and blood. This is a murderer. The previous one, of course, was a burglar. In shadows cast, the hunter lies in wait, his violent intent cloaked in a veil of fate. An enigma unfolds, motives undefined. As the prey approaches, their fates intertwine. I think this one may be, it's either a murderer or just an assailant. Now let's see which is the second half. 'Twas a twisted fate that forced the man's hand, a son at mother's mercy, his life in hell he'd spend. Forsooth, not all killings are ones of ill will, for the choice was clear, 'twas either her or him. This one I think corresponds to the murder of the mother. Yes, the matricide or parricide. A tragic fruition, a mother's despair, her heiress undone by the one she once loved. Forsooth, it was not love that guided his clasp, but a spiteful avarice one struggles to gasp. This one corresponds with the kidnapper, although I think it took me a minute to figure that out. He was kidnapping his own kin, which I think is the most common form of kidnapping, with parental disputes and such. The victim's eyes wide with terror and fright, the attacker's nature now comes into light. Vicious is his cause and marred with dark pride, a show of brute strength for all to abide. This one I think corresponds with the last one, which is interesting because the first time I played this on Hard Riddle, I'm pretty sure I had a different second half to that one that made it sound more justified. It was something about him having a traumatic past that was like caused by this person. Beneath moonlit guise, a villain's design, he trespasses where treasures brightly shine. With a selfish hand, with with greed as his creed, claims the spoils, indulging every single need. That goes to one of the two thieves. The burglar, I believe, because he's trespassing. Yes. It's cool. The avarice driving every cunning theft, no conscience stirs, no remorse is left, not a hunger's pang, nor a desperate need, but a heart consumed with relentless greed. These two, it's interesting, there's two thieves because it's hard to remember or figure out which one goes with which. But I think in this one I figured out by the fact that the avarice appears in both versions and then also hints at like the motivations and such. And then I'm pretty sure that the thief ones differed a little bit from my first playthrough, because I remember them being easy to figure out and one of them kind of having an excuse that was decent. But I just ended up going with that. Stirs, no remorse is left. This is the more psychopathic thief who just steals just 'cause. You don't have to do this if you know the answer, but I wanted to match things up and read them and talk about them, so. Death of the blameless, a damnable sin, racked with guilt, his soul withers from within. Yet among the pure, the vile would also dwell. Demons dressed in piety, they perished as well. This, of course, is the second half of the arson, who burned and killed a church full of people. The victim's eyes wide with terror and fright, the attacker's nature now comes into light. This is the one that belongs under the attacker at the end. So, there actually are multiple answers, I believe, that can affect your ending, multiple correct answers. If you choose one that isn't correct, you will be dropped into a pit of monsters and have to climb out. But the one that worked for me the first time I played was the arson. And I am not sure if the arson intended to kill anyone, if they just started a fire, or if they tended to kill someone and ended up killing a whole church. But they didn't mean to. So when we approach this rope and we look up through the noose, as if contemplating ourselves as well, we pull and fall into the darkness. And that concludes the second part of my Silent Hill 2 remake. Relaxing playthrough. Thank you so much for staying this long. I wanted this to be something very long that you could fall asleep to, or just relax, or listen to across many sessions, and I'm really happy to still have you here. The next and the first installment will be on a playlist, like I said at the original, so if you're watching this on the playlist, the next one will start in just a minute. It may have an ad, so apologies for that. And the next installment will be the final installment, and I'm very excited because it's going to begin with my favorite part of the game,